Resilience from the heart. The power to thrive in life's extremes. Gregg Braden. We are drowning in information, while starving for wisdom. The world henceforth will be run by synthesizers, people able to put together the right information at the right time, think critically about it, and make important choices wisely. E. O. Wilson, B., American biologist. Contents. Introduction, The Power of Resilience in a Time of Extremes. Chapter 1, The Uncharted Heart, New Discoveries Reveal Even Deeper Mysteries. Chapter 2, Resilience from the Heart, The Power to Thrive in Life's Extremes. Chapter 3, Resilient Living, 5 Keys to a Healthy Community. Chapter 4, Now is Different, Our Time of Extremes. Chapter 5, The Good News, We Already Have the Solutions. Chapter 6, From Tipping Points to Turning Points, The Power to Choose. Chapter 7, Getting Serious About Life Transformed, Real Solutions in the Real World. Preface to the new edition. There's a single question that we ask ourselves each and every day. The question shows up in different, and at times unexpected, ways in our lives. Sometimes we ask it consciously and find ourselves actually whispering the words under our breath. Most of the time, however, we don't. For most of us the question lingers in the back of our mind as a nagging sense of something unfinished and incomplete in our lives. Regardless of how we ask the question itself, however, the intention it comes from is the same. It's simply this: how do I make life better for myself and my family? The answer to this question is precisely what this revised edition book, Resilience from the Heart, is all about. The first version of this book was published in January 2014. I celebrated the release, originally titled The Turning Point, Creating Resilience in a Time of Extremes, with an international tour of keynote presentations, day-long seminars, and weekend workshops to take the information directly to people and communities I felt would benefit most from the message of resilience. In the US and the countries that had translated the book into their respective languages, I had the opportunity to witness in live audiences something that I could never see from the statistics of a book sales spreadsheet alone. From my vantage point on international stages, I could look into the eyes of my audiences to see firsthand how people experienced the ideas I was sharing. For example, when I acknowledged that a new normal is replacing the familiar world of our past, an uncharted territory of extremes ranging from social change and climate change to the uncertainty of jobs, finances, careers, and the stress these changes bring to our lives, the sea of nodding heads told me that I was connecting with my audience. And each time I stated that we must first acknowledge and mourn the passing of the world that's disappearing in order to thrive in the new normal, the collective whispers of agreement let me know how healing it is for us to acknowledge the new normal, openly and honestly. But the body language of the room showed me other things as well, some that were less comfortable for me to acknowledge. I learned quickly, for example, when the audience became stretched to connect with what I was sharing. And perhaps most important, I learned from their body language when they couldn't connect with the information at all. From moments of dead silence, broken by sporadic throat clearing and the shifting of chairs, to people exiting for an early bathroom break, it was obvious when I had crossed beyond the comfort zone of accepted ideas. The point here is that from the evening of the first program in Copenhagen, Denmark, to the end of the international tour, a clear pattern emerged when it came to the information that was most meaningful and most useful. That pattern was predictable, and it remained so throughout the tour. Without exception, the material that my audiences were most drawn to was the actual experience of creating resilience in their bodies as well as their lives, the techniques and exercises that helped them embrace change in a healthy way. When I returned to the US, the pattern continued. It was universal and not linked with culture or lifestyle. And although the turning point did share many of the techniques for resilience that I was describing in the programs, I had placed them in later chapters of the book, thinking that they'd mean more within a larger context. My audiences, however, showed me something different. They didn't want to wait until the end of the seminars to have the how-to experiences. Clearly, they wanted to know the strategies and experience the techniques that lead to healthier lives quickly, and they wanted me to share them as soon as possible. I'm a good listener. I've learned to attend to my audiences and the feedback they share with me. This retitled, rearranged, and repurposed edition of the original book is my response to so many heartfelt requests for precisely these perspectives. Resilience from the Heart is designed to get to the techniques and applications quickly, within the first 3 chapters. The chapters that follow from that point offer an honest, truthful, and factual description of why the resilience we learn is so necessary and how to apply in our lives the techniques that we learn in the book. The best science of the 21st century now echoes the spirit of our most ancient and cherished spiritual traditions. Both reveal that the key to resilience begins in our heart. Whether you're facing health issues yourself, helping loved ones through overwhelming life issues, managing impossible finances, or feeling overwhelmed by the extremes of a volatile world, resilience from the heart is written with you in mind. Within these pages you'll find everything you need to embrace the biggest challenges in life and do so in a healthy way. Please accept this book as my opportunity to say thank you for supporting this work and for inviting me, and my message, into your life. Introduction. The power of resilience in a time of extremes. If you've ever been on a journey of any kind, then you know the routine. To prepare for the trip, you first get an idea of where you're going. You check the weather conditions, study maps, and then pack what's needed to keep your routines alive while you're traveling. The key here is that when you know where you're going, you know what to take with you. And when you find yourself going somewhere you've never been, you prepare for the unknown. It's this simple idea that's at the heart of this book. Our journey. We're all on a journey, and it's a big one. Our journey is leading us to a place no one has ever been. There are no travel guides or internet trip advisors to tell us precisely what our destination looks like. There are no time-tested lists to tell us what we'll need when we get there. Rather than planning a temporary excursion to an exotic place that we can return from after a few days, we hold one-way tickets. This is a different kind of journey altogether. We're not just going to another location somewhere on Earth. We're going to another world hidden within our everyday lives, and it's the choices we're making today that are taking us there. Together we're barreling down the fast lane of a superhighway that's crossing the boundaries of traditional beliefs, religions, and habits of the past. In doing so, we're also blowing right past the limits of what we thought was possible. These very experiences are our passports leading us to the new world that's emerging before our eyes. Our destination. I can't say for sure what our destination will look like. After the dust settles and we learn to adapt to our changing climate rather than trying to control it, after new and sustainable economies replace those that are fractured and failing today, after we embrace the technology that provides every bit of the energy we need without the devastating side effects of fossil fuels, I can only imagine what our lives and the world will be like. And when I do, I see a better place for us all. I see a world where we've raised the standard of living for everyone, rather than lowering it for many in order to support only a few. I see a world where the differences in the color of our skin and the religion we believe in are obsolete and using the threat of war to solve our problems no longer makes any sense. I see a world where our love of cooperation is greater than the fear that drives us apart. And I see the shift in thinking that makes each of these things possible. To get to that shift, however, we must begin by recognizing the realities that we face and the promise that they hold. A good place to begin is by acknowledging the fact that we're living in a time of extremes. A time of extremes. We're living in a time when we can expect big things to happen, big shifts in the world and big changes in our lives. And just to be clear, the extremes I'm talking about don't necessarily have to be only bad things. And they don't even need to be good things for that matter. It's just that they're big things. And big things are happening all around us in our lives as well as our world. While I'll describe the reasons for the extremes in the upcoming chapters, the key here is that we're living a rare era of transition. We're living the emergence of a new normal, and the success of our transition hinges upon 1. Our willingness to acknowledge the shift, and 2. Our ability to embrace it in a healthy way. Our globalized culture of jobs, money, markets, and resources means that it's now impossible to separate the extremes in the world from what they mean in our everyday lives. The crisis of climate change is a perfect example of this connection. The record-setting droughts caused by shifts in global weather patterns translate directly into scarcity of seasonal crops and the higher prices we pay for food at our local markets. The extreme debt and failing economies on the other side of the planet translate directly into higher costs at the gas pump and higher ticket prices for the buses, trains, and taxis that take us to work each day. Because of these and other extremes, bank loans have become less available, and the interest we're being paid on our savings, checking, and retirement accounts hovers near an all-time record low 0%. The global slowdown of industry translates directly into the loss of jobs and job security in our local communities. These are the kinds of extremes in the world that are creating big changes in our lives. Among the many uncertainties they bring, though, there's one thing that we can be sure of: our lives are changing in ways that we're not used to, not prepared for, at a speed that we've never known. The key: I'm an optimist by nature. I see real reasons for optimism in our lives. At the same time, I'm also a realist. I am under no illusions when it comes to the huge amount of work that it takes to find our way into the new world that lies before us. Our ability to successfully meet the challenges that are converging in our lives begins by our acknowledging what may be the most obvious yet difficult question we could ask of ourselves: how can we deal with the issues unless we're willing to acknowledge the issues? Our willingness to embrace this simple question is the key to developing more resilience in our time of extremes. Everyone is on the journey. A big difference between trips that we may have taken in the past and the big journey that we're on now is that today we don't get to pick our traveling companions. The reason is simple: everyone on the planet is part of our journey. No one can be left behind. Our world today is so deeply interconnected on so many levels that it's impossible for the transformation that's emerging in one part not to show up in other places as well. I've seen this firsthand in my travels to some of the most remote and isolated places remaining in the world, like Tibet, for example. In 2005, following a number of previous pilgrimages to the monasteries of the Tibetan Plateau, I saw for the first time the eerie glow of cell phones illuminating the dark recesses of centuries-old buildings as they lit up under the robes of the monks and nuns. For the people living in these secluded monasteries, their former world based in isolation is now on a path of newly found connectivity. The new technology promises that their world, and their lives, will never be same. A crisis in thinking. We don't need to go to Tibet, however, to see the evidence of how dramatically the world is shifting. Change is reflected everywhere, both in the ways in which things in our lives work, as well as in the ways things of the past no longer work. The old era of an oil-based economy, for example, is giving way to a new economy based upon cleaner forms of energy that are more sustainable. The old ideas of centralized production of our food from corporate farms half a world away is giving way to the new, healthy, and sustainable production of food from small farms that invigorate local economies. The old practice of creating wealth from industries that destroy our planet is giving way to new, socially responsible models of investing. And as the world of the past slips away and the new one emerges, the clash of new against old highlights another, even greater crisis, one that we all face, yet which we'll probably never read about or hear discussed in the popular media. It's a silent crisis that's like the proverbial elephant in the room, something that everyone sees yet no one acknowledges. Arguably the greatest crisis that we face in our time of extremes is a crisis in thinking. And our thinking is the very key to the way we deal with our needs in the new normal. You and I are being tasked with something that's never been done. We're being challenged to radically shift the way we think of ourselves and our relationship to one another and the world, and to do so faster than any generation in history has ever done before. Our willingness to think differently will be the key to the success of our journey. And while it's definitely a big journey that we're on, it's also a very short trip, because the world we're traveling to is already here. It's with us right now. We have the solutions. Fortunately for us, the technology to solve the biggest challenges we face has already been discovered. The biggest problems we could ever imagine are already solved. The advanced principles are already understood. They all exist in this moment, right here, right now, and are at our fingertips. All that stands between us and the new world, where energy is abundant and comes from clean sources accessible to every member of our global family, where clean, healthy food is plentiful and accessible to every mouth on the planet, where every human is able to obtain the basic necessities to live a comfortable, meaningful life, is the thinking that makes room in our lives for what already exists in our world. The question that we must ask of ourselves, and now answer, is this: are we willing to embrace the thinking that makes such possibilities a priority? Will we allow the deepest truths of our relationship to ourselves, to one another, and the earth to become the passport for our journey? This book was created for you to help answer just such questions. The big picture. As you read the pages that follow, I invite you to keep 5 facts in mind. Fact 1. Now is different. From the breakdown of national economies and the global shift of energy dominance, to the realities of climate change and the failure of war to solve our differences, a convergence of extreme conditions unlike anything known in the history of the world is upon us. It's because now is different that the thinking of the past no longer works to solve our problems. Fact 2. Life gets better, and resilience is the key. It's important to remember that the only things breaking down in our lives right now are ways of living and thinking that are no longer sustainable. Personal resilience makes room for big shifts in our lives, and is our greatest ally in our time of extremes. Fact 3. A turning point of thriving transformation can replace the tipping point of frightening extremes. Nature provides a time when every crisis can be turned into transformation, when simply surviving the extremes in the world can be turned into a thriving way of life. That time is a turning point. A turning point emerges when a new force, a fact, a discovery, an experience, changes the way we address our course of events. What matters is that turning points of life may be spontaneous, or they may be created. Fact 4. We already have new solutions. We already have the solutions necessary to create turning points of transformation in our lives. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Rather, we need to build the road of thinking that gives the wheel of solutions something to travel upon. Fact 5. The biggest crisis is the most difficult to accept. The single factor that lies between crisis and transformation is one that has eluded scientists, politicians, and religious leaders alike. It's a crisis in thinking. We must embrace the thinking that allows us to accept the existing solutions into our lives. It's these 5 facts that cut to the very heart of what we're up against and hold the keys to the next step of transformation, both for ourselves and for the world. Our ability to thrive in the midst of such massive change, our personal resilience, is the first step to ensure the success of our journey. In this book, throughout the chapters that follow, I invite you to share an honest and factual journey of very real possibilities. This is not a honey-sweet depiction of life seen through rose-colored glasses of wishful thinking. Instead, this is an honest assessment of the realities that have arrived at our doorstep and meaningful strategies that can guide each of us in the choices that will transform our lives. In the following pages, I'll answer the two questions that seem to be on everyone's mind. What do global extremes mean in our personal lives, and how do we make everyday life better for ourselves and our families? As you read, you'll discover strategies for heart-based resilience to embrace change and loss in a healthy way. Tangible changes you can implement in your life right now to turn tipping points of change into turning points of transformation. The path to successfully adapting the way in which you think of your job and career, and your money and finances, in a transformed world. The facts defining this time of extremes overlooked in the mainstream media. The keys to elevating yourself, and all of us, to a higher standard of clean, healthy, and sustainable living. It's important that you know from the very beginning what you can expect from this book, why it was written, what it is, and what it is not. Resilience from the Heart is not a science book. Although I will share the leading-edge science that invites us to rethink our relationship to the world and the way we've been conditioned to solve our problems, this work has not been written to conform to the format or standards of a classroom science textbook or a technical journal. This is not a peer-reviewed research paper. Each chapter has not gone through the lengthy review process of a certified board or a selected panel of experts conditioned to see our world through the eyes of a single field of study, such as physics, mathematics, or psychology. This book is well researched and well documented. It has been written in a reader-friendly way that incorporates case studies, historical records, and personal experiences that support an empowering way of seeing ourselves in the world. This book is an example of what happens when we cross the traditional boundaries between science and spirituality. By marrying the discoveries of 20th century biology, the earth sciences, and social change, we gain a powerful framework within which to place the dramatic shifts of our age in a context that helps us deal with those changes. When the facts are clear, the choices become obvious. In the past, we've all been led to think of ourselves, our nations, our religions, and our lives in ways that helped us make sense of our world, through stories based on what our families and communities accepted as true at some given point in time. If we're honest with ourselves and acknowledge that the world is changing, then it makes sense that our stories must change as well. I invite you to consider the facts in this book and then explore what they mean to you. Talk them over with the people in your life. In doing so, you'll discover for yourself if, and how, your story changes. Resilience from the Heart is written with one purpose in mind: to empower us in the choices that lead to thriving lives in a new, transformed, and sustainable world. I believe it's possible to embrace this path while preserving the traditions from our families and heritage that make our time in this world so rich. The key to our transformation is simply this: the better we know ourselves, the better equipped we are to make our choices wisely. Chapter 1. The Uncharted Heart. New discoveries reveal even deeper mysteries. If the 20th century has been the century of the brain, then the 21st century should be the century of the heart. Gary E. R. Schwartz, Ph.D., and Linda G. S. Rusak, Ph.D., authors of The Living Energy Universe. What would it mean to discover that the purpose of the human heart, your heart, is about more than simply pumping blood through your body? While our hearts obviously do pump the blood that nourishes our organs and each of the 50 trillion or so cells that make up our bodies, recent discoveries suggest that the purpose of the heart may reach far beyond the function of a pump. The benefits of harmonizing our hearts with our brains to empower us with deep intuition, precognition, knowledge of future events, and the direct wisdom of heart intelligence can immediately catapult us beyond traditional thinking when it comes to the way we live and solve our problems. It's these capabilities, as well, that provide the resilience to embrace big change in our lives and to do so in a healthy way. The pages that follow only begin to scratch the surface of what awaits us as we explore the miraculous-sounding capabilities now documented as normal, yet less apparent, functions of the heart. What additional roles does our heart fulfill that we're only beginning to recognize? The more we discover, the deeper the mystery becomes. We live in a world where things that would have seemed mysterious, even impossible, only a generation ago have become commonplace. Within a single generation, for example, we've witnessed the ability to transplant human organs evolve from something that occurred only rarely to the present day, when 30,000 plus transplants of organs and tissue are made in a single year. Our knowledge of the code of life has catapulted us from the discovery of the DNA double helix, in 1953, to the point where we can now insert digital information from a book directly into the genetic code of living bacteria, and then retrieve and read that information over 20 generations later, perfectly preserved in the DNA. The success of these capabilities, and a multitude of others, has led scientists to believe that we're on the right track. When it comes to our basic understanding of cells, life, and how the body works, the thinking is that we would not be able to accomplish the things we have if the fundamentals weren't accurate to begin with. Precisely because of this thinking, the new discovery that makes the essence of this chapter possible has come as a surprise to many scientists and everyday people alike. Physicist Neil deGrasse Tyson described the situation perfectly when he said, "The very nature of science is discoveries, and the best of those discoveries are the ones you don't expect." It's because scientists have been extending people's lifespans using transplanted hearts, and have been doing so successfully for nearly 50 years, that a fundamental shift in our understanding of the heart seems so unlikely today. The new evidence of heart-based intelligence, however, now makes that shift inevitable. The uncharted heart. The implications of a recent discovery within the heart itself are shaking the foundation of what we've been led to believe about the heart's role in our lives and our bodies. And it all boils down to the way we answer one basic question: what is the master organ of the body? If your answer to this question is the brain, you're not alone in your thinking. When the average person is asked to identify the organ that controls the key functions for the body, more often than not the answer is the same: it's the brain. The brain is the master organ of the human body, of course. And it's no surprise that it is. From Leonardo da Vinci's day, 500 years ago, until the late 1990s, people throughout the Western-educated world believed that the brain is the conductor leading the symphony of functions that keeps us alive and well. It's what we've been taught. It's what we've been led to believe. It's what teachers have stated with authority. It's the premise that doctors and healthcare workers have based life and death decisions on. And it's what most people will say when asked to identify the role of the most important organs of the body. The belief that the brain is the master organ of the human body has been embraced and endorsed by some of the most innovative scientists, academic institutions, and thinkers in modern history, and it continues to pervade mainstream thinking today. The Anatomy of the Brain page on the site for the Mayfield Clinic, affiliated with the University of Cincinnati's Neurosurgery Department, beautifully illustrates this perspective. It states, "This mysterious 3-pound organ, the brain, controls all necessary functions of the body, receives and interprets information from the outside world, and embodies the essence of the mind and soul. Intelligence, creativity, emotion, and memories are a few of the many things governed by the brain." The belief that the brain is the control center for the body, the emotions, and memories has been so universally accepted and so deeply ingrained in our psyches that it's been taken for granted almost without question, that is, until now. Today, what we thought we knew about the master organ in our bodies is changing. It has to. The reason is simple: the discoveries described in this chapter, and the decades of research that have followed, tell us that the brain is only part of the story. While it's certainly true that the brain's functions include things like perception and motor skills, information processing, and providing the chemical trigger for everything from when we sleep and when we're hungry to our desire for sex and the strength of our immune system, it's also true that the brain can't do these things alone. It's only one part of a much bigger story that is still emerging and is largely untold. It's a story that begins in the heart. The human heart, more than just a pump. When I was in school, I was taught that the main purpose of the heart is to move blood through the body. I was told that the heart is a pump, plain and simple, and that its job is to pump continuously over the course of our lifetimes to accomplish something that is extraordinary by any measure. The adult heart beats an average of 101,000 times a day, circulating some 1,900 gallons of blood through 60,000 miles of arteries, blood vessels, and capillaries. A growing body of scientific evidence, however, now suggests that the pumping of the heart, as important as it is, may pale in comparison with the additional functions that have been recently discovered. In other words, while the heart indeed pumps blood powerfully and efficiently through the body, the pumping may not be its primary purpose. As far back as 1932, scientific investigation of the role of the heart in the body opened the door to a possibility, and a controversy, that continues to unfold to this day. In the early study, Harvard University scientist J. Bremer filmed the movement of blood flowing through the body of a chicken early in its development. So early, in fact, that the chick's heart had not yet started functioning. What made this film so exceptional is that Bremer was able to document the chick's blood moving through its body, on its own, without the aid of the heart pumping it. Additional experiments to solve the mystery, performed using similar embryos, showed that the blood flowed as a series of spiral motions, like small eddy currents, rather than in a straight line. The studies also showed that the movement continued throughout their systems even after the heart was removed from the body for as long as 10 minutes. The two questions here are obvious. 1. How is it possible for the blood to flow in the embryo before the heart is even functioning? And 2. Why does the blood continue flowing even after the heart itself is removed? What could be driving the movement of the blood? Interestingly, these questions were already answered over 10 years before the Harvard film was made. And the answer to both came from the same man, Austrian-born philosopher and architect Rudolf Steiner, the creator of the Waldorf method of education and learning. In the early 1920s, Steiner had been researching the motion of fluids, including water and blood, in their natural environment. Steiner discovered, and later demonstrated, that liquids in their natural state, such as water when it's still in the ground and blood when it's still inside arteries and veins, move freely on their own due to an action that originates within the fluid itself. And rather than flowing in a straight line, as perceived by the naked eye, the fluids follow tiny spiral patterns created by continuous microvortices to maintain their flow. This spiral movement, Steiner believed, solved the mystery of the blood flowing without the aid of the heart. We see the vortex motion that Steiner described on a large scale in rivers and streams. His work demonstrated that the same principle applies on a smaller scale to the blood flowing through the vessels and capillaries of a living body. Although his research was controversial, it was well tested and documented and suggested a closer course of study. It was viewed as so significant in his day that he was invited to share his discoveries with esteemed medical doctors at the renowned Coherence, the World Center for the Anthroposophical Movement, located in Dornach, Switzerland. In his presentations, Steiner demonstrated that the heart is not the primary force that moves the blood through the body with pressure. Rather, the blood moves on its own as a result of what he called biological momentum, the spiraling effect that was later filmed in 1932. So while the heart definitely plays a role in the process, Steiner contended that it was more to serve as a booster to add momentum to the inherent motion of the blood, not the main reason for the motion itself. Steiner's work was never refuted in his scientific circles and remains controversial today. What he documented early in the 20th century opens the door to an obvious question that goes to the core of this chapter: if the pumping of blood through the body is not the heart's primary purpose, then what is? Today, the implications of Steiner's discovery continue to offer a rich source of insight into uncharted processes of the heart specifically and into our relationship with nature in general. Although medical science chose to embrace a more mechanical philosophy when it comes to the role of the heart, Steiner's work of nearly a century ago is helping unlock the emerging mysteries that cannot be explained with the modern thinking. And while his proposals may have sounded radical in the 1920s and 30s, the notion that the heart is more than a pump originated long before Steiner shared his discoveries. Gateway to other worlds. Almost universally, indigenous and mystery traditions have held the heart in high esteem as a gateway to the deepest wisdom of this world, as well as to realms beyond this world. The heart is mentioned 878 times in the modern Bible, for example, and the word heart appears in 59 of its 66 books. The Old Testament describes the heart as a vast source of wisdom that requires a cultivated understanding to make sense of. The book of Proverbs states, "Counsel in the heart of a man is like deep water, but a man of understanding will draw it out." The same sentiment is expressed in the wisdom of the North American Omaha people, who invite us to ask questions from your heart and you will be answered from the heart. The Lotus Sutra of the Mahayana Buddhist traditions teaches of the hidden treasure of the heart. It's described in the commentary as being as vast as the universe itself, which dispels any feelings of powerlessness. Within passages of the collective texts known as the Egyptian Book of the Dead, originally named the Book of Emerging Forth into the Light, we are carried beyond the words of the ancient parables and into the practice of a ceremony involving the heart at the time of death. This ritual is known as the weighing of the heart. It's performed to determine if the spirit of the person who has died will continue into the afterlife. The beautifully elaborate papyrus in Figure 1 on the next page shows Anubis, the jackal-headed god, weighing the physical heart of the deceased on a scale. In this particular image, it's the heart of an unnamed woman. Overseeing the procedure and recording the outcome to the left of the scales is the ibis-headed god, Thoth, the scribe of the gods. On the right side of the scale is the woman's heart. On the other side is a single feather representing the principles of truth and justice, known as Mot. The purpose of the ceremony is to see if the good deeds of the woman's lifetime have left her with a heart that's in balance with the truth and justice signified by the feather, or if the deeds of her life have left her heart so heavily burdened that it now weighs more than the feather. To the right of Thoth we see the hungry beast Amit anticipating the result. If the heart is heavy with bad deeds, it tilts the scale and the woman is quickly devoured by Amit. If it's as light as the feather, the woman is allowed to pass on into the afterlife. This is one of the oldest and clearest representations of the idea that the heart is linked to the quality of life, personal memory, and moral deeds in this world. The record of this ceremony provides a powerful insight into a belief, long held by ancient Egyptians and a host of other traditions, regarding the heart's role in our lives. For thousands of years, the human heart was viewed as the center of thought, emotion, memory, and personality, the master organ of the body. Traditions to honor the role of the heart were created and passed down generation after generation. Ceremonies were performed, and techniques were developed to utilize the heart's function as a conduit of intuition and healing. It's only in more recent history that this view has changed. The journey of our exploration to know ourselves has followed a trajectory that swings like a pendulum. Within our lifetime we've seen the pendulum of thinking swing to the extreme view of the heart as an isolated pump that can be serviced and replaced like a machine as it ages. And now the same science that once preferred such an extreme view is coming back, as the pendulum of thinking returns to find a new balance. This time the balance is inviting us to rethink the modern ideas of which organ we can honestly identify as the master of the human body. Which organ runs the body, the heart, or the brain? Over 3,000 years after the Egyptian Book of the Dead was created, artist and inventor Leonardo da Vinci initiated some of the first scientific attempts to unlock the secrets of the human body. He was especially interested in the brain, what it does, and how it works. He was fascinated by the fact that it is directly connected to so many parts of the body, including the heart, and even believed that it could be the home to the soul while the body is alive. While Da Vinci obviously didn't have the technological advantages that we enjoy today, such as X-rays and MRIs, he had another powerful advantage that has since disappeared. It's the advantage that comes from a particular way of thinking. Contrary to modern thinking that has separated the study of art from science, Leonardo da Vinci insisted that the two ways of knowing are complementary, and even necessary to one another, if we are to master a particular field of study. For example, Da Vinci's skill as an artist made it possible for him to document his work with animal and human cadavers without a modern camera, and to record what he found in the laboratory to share with his students, as well as future generations. It was the combination of these skills that led Da Vinci to create the first scientific illustration of the heart's connection to major organs in the body. And he did so in a truly innovative way. During the dissection of an ox cadaver, Da Vinci reasoned that if he poured hot wax directly into the cavities of the brain, he could see how the network of blood vessels, arteries, and capillaries was connected. While the wax was still liquid, it flowed through the vessels and capillaries just as the blood did when the ox was alive. As the wax cooled, what remained was the equivalent of 3D model showing the path where the blood flowed in the brain. The good news is that Da Vinci's model led him beyond the theories of the brain as a lonely, isolated organ in the head. The wax model clearly showed that the brain is a central point of connection, a crossroads directly linking nerves and blood vessels to other parts of the body, including the heart. This is where Da Vinci got it absolutely right. The connections that he documented helped scientists and doctors make life and death decisions when it came to tending to injuries from war and treating contemporary diseases. The rest of the story is where he was sort of right. While the wax models did show the physical connections between major organs, they couldn't show what was happening within the connections themselves. In his day, Da Vinci had no way of detecting the subtle 1. Electrical signals and 2. Pulse waves created by a living, beating heart that travel along the pathways he'd discovered. Due to these limitations, Da Vinci concluded that because the brain was so connected to the other organs, it must be the master organ of the body. And his method and his models were so convincing that his conclusion held sway for over 500 years as a basic tenet of physiology and medicine. For the 5+ centuries since Da Vinci's time, the belief has been that everything from when we wake up and go to sleep, to how much and how fast we grow, the actions of our immune system, our sex drive, and the 5 senses that connect us with the world are all regulated by the brain. Without a doubt, the brain's role in those functions, and many more, is clearly documented. The key is that the brain doesn't act alone. The surprising discovery of a neural network, brain-like cells located within the heart itself, communicating with the brain is changing the way we think about the master organ of the body. A growing body of evidence now suggests that the brain is one half of a power split when it comes to regulating the functions that keep us alive and balanced, sharing the role of CO master with the heart. Growing evidence suggests that heart and the brain work together to share the role of the body's master organs, 2 separate organs connected through a common network of information. When we think about this statement, it should come as no surprise that the heart would play such a vital role in the body. After all, it's the heart, not the brain, that's the first organ to form in utero, at about 6 weeks after conception. And it's the pulse from our first heartbeat that sets into motion the cascade of developments leading to the formation of the other organs in our bodies. As we develop, the heart begins to work in harmony with the brain to regulate these vital physiological functions in ways that science is only beginning to recognize. Beyond the physical pumping that we can see and measure with conventional technology, now we know that the heart does much more. The discovery of specialized cells within the heart itself that are commonly found in the brain has opened the door to new and intriguing possibilities when it comes to what this organ means in our lives. The little brain in the heart. In 1991, a scientific discovery published in a peer-reviewed journal put to rest any lingering doubt regarding the heart's multifaceted role in the body. The name of the article gives us a clue to the discovery: neurocardiology. It's all about the intimate relationship between our hearts and brains. The discovery described this powerful relationship that had been unrecognized in the past. A team of scientists, led by Dr. J. Andrew Armour of the University of Montreal, discovered that about 40,000 specialized neurons, called sensory neurites, form a communication network within the heart itself. For clarity, the term neuron describes a specialized cell that can be excited, electrically stimulated, in a way that allows it to share information with other cells in the body. While large numbers of neurons are obviously concentrated in the brain and along the spinal cord, the discovery of these cells in the heart, and in smaller numbers within other organs, offers new insight into the level of communication that exists throughout the body. The neurites are tiny projections that come from the main body of the neuron itself to perform different functions. Some carry information away from the neuron to connect with other cells, while others detect signals from various sources and carry them toward the neuron. What makes this discovery so exceptional is that the neurites in the heart duplicate many of the same functions found in the brain. In simple terms, Armour and his team discovered what has come to be known as the little brain in the heart. And it is the specialized neurites that make the little brain possible. In the words of the scientists who made the discovery, the heart-brain is an intricate network of nerves, neurotransmitters, proteins, and support cells similar to those found in the brain proper. A key role of the brain in the heart is to detect changes within the body, such as levels of hormones and other chemicals, and then to communicate those changes to the brain so it can meet our needs accordingly. The heart-brain does this by converting the language of the body, chemistry, into the electrical language of the nervous system so that it makes sense to the brain. The heart's coded messages inform the brain as to when we need more adrenaline in a stressful situation, for example, or when it's safe to create less adrenaline and focus on building a stronger immune response. Since the little brain in the heart has been recognized, its role in a number of functions not so readily acknowledged in the past have also come to light. These functions include providing the heart-based wisdom known as heart intelligence, promoting intentional states of deep intuition, allowing for intentional precognitive abilities, directing the heart's communication with sensory neurites and other organs in the body. The heart's little brain has been found to function in two distinct yet related ways. It can act 1. Independently of the cranial brain to think, learn, remember, and even sense our inner and outer worlds on its own. 2. In harmony with the cranial brain to give us the benefit of a single, potent neural network shared by the two separate organs. Dr. Armour's discovery has forever changed the way we've been taught to think of ourselves. It gives new meaning to what's possible and what we're capable of when it comes to the roles played by the heart and the brain in the body. In Dr. Armour's own words, it has become clear in recent years that a sophisticated two-way communication occurs between the heart and the brain, with each influencing the other's function. The new field of neurocardiology, the science exploring what such a discovery means, is just beginning to catch up with the reality of our everyday experience. This is especially apparent when we examine the principles offered in some of our most ancient and cherished spiritual traditions. As mentioned previously in this chapter, indigenous traditions have long held that the heart plays a vital role in our lives far beyond that of a muscular pump. While the heart as pump thinking is not discounted in these traditions, it's the virtues of the heart beyond a pump that are emphasized in the wisdom of the past. Almost universally, historical teachings elevate the heart's role to a level where it has direct influence upon our personality, our daily lives, and our ability to make moral choices that include the distinguishing of good and evil, the discernment of right from wrong. Coptic Saint Macarius, founder of the ancient Egyptian monastery that bears his name, powerfully captured these levels of potential within the heart, saying, "The heart itself is but a little vessel, and yet there are dragons, and there lions, and there venomous beasts, and all the treasures of wickedness, and there are rough uneven ways, there chasms, there likewise is God, there the angels, there life and the kingdom, there light and the apostles, there the heavenly cities, there the treasures, there are all things." Among the all things that Saint Macarius described, we must now include the new discoveries that document the ability of our hearts to remember life events, even when the organ is no longer in the body of the person who experienced those events. Same heart, different body, the memories remain. One of the mysteries of human heart transplants is that the heart, once removed from its original owner, continues to beat and is able to resume functioning after it's placed in a new body. The crux of the mystery is this: if the brain is truly the master organ of the body, sending instructions to the heart, then how can the heart continue to function after it has lost its connection to the brain that issues those instructions? The following true life accounts, and the discovery they led to, shed a powerful light on this mystery and offer new insight into the deeper role of our heart in our lives. The first successful human heart transplant took place in Cape Town, South Africa, on December 3, 1967. On that day, Dr. Christian Barnard placed the heart of a 25-year-old woman who had been in a fatal automobile accident into the body of Louis Washkansky, a 53-year-old man with a damaged heart. From a medical standpoint, the procedure was an overwhelming success. The transplant was successful, and the woman's heart immediately began functioning within the man's body just as the transplant team had expected. One of the biggest hurdles in all transplants, including Washkansky's, is that the immune system of the person receiving the heart, or any organ, for that matter, does not recognize the tissue of the new organ as its own and tries to reject the foreign tissue. For this reason, doctors use specialized drugs to suppress the recipient's immune system and trick the body into accepting the new organ. The good news is that this technique is effective in reducing the chance of rejection. The success comes with a high price for doing so, however. With the severely weakened immune system, the person receiving the new organ becomes susceptible to infections such as common colds, flu, and pneumonia. And this is precisely what happened with the world's first human heart transplant. Although Louis Washkansky's new heart functioned perfectly until his last breath, he died 18 days after his transplant from complications of pneumonia. His survival with a new heart for over 2 weeks demonstrated that an organ transplant was a viable possibility in cases where an otherwise healthy body loses an organ to accident or disease. In the decades that have followed Dr. Barnard's first transplant, the procedures have been modified and perfected to the point that human heart transplants now happen on a routine basis. In 2014, there were approximately 5,000 heart transplants performed worldwide. And while the number sounds high, when it is compared to the list of 50,000 people waiting for a heart from a donor, it's clear that the demand for organ donors will remain high for the foreseeable future. The reason why I'm sharing the background of heart transplants here is that it has a direct connection to the theme of this chapter. From the time of the first procedures, there has always been a curious phenomenon that's now acknowledged in the medical community as a possible side effect of a heart transplant. One of the earliest examples was documented by the direct experience of a woman named Claire Sylvia, who received such a transplant in 1988. Her book A Change of Heart, a memoir, is a personal account of how life's memories can be preserved within the heart itself. Sylvia, a one-time professional dancer, had successfully received the heart and the lungs of a donor whose identity was not initially disclosed. Not long after her operation, she began to crave foods that she'd never been especially drawn to in the past, such as chicken nuggets and green peppers. And when it came to the nuggets, the cravings were very specific. Sylvia found herself inexplicably drawn to the restaurant chain KFC to satisfy her cravings. As she had never developed a taste for these kind of foods before her surgery, her friends, family members, and doctor were mystified. Just before her operation, she'd been told that she was receiving the organs of a young man who had died in a motorcycle accident. Although the details of donors are generally not shared with recipients, Sylvia followed up on this information and discovered the identity of the young man in a local obituary, along with the address of his parents. It was during a visit with them that Sylvia learned some of the details of the life of their son, Tim, whose heart and lungs were now in her body. And those details confirmed in her mind what she already sensed to be true intuitively: Tim loved precisely the kind of chicken nuggets and green peppers that she was now craving. It was clear that Tim's desire for the foods he enjoyed in his lifetime were now part of Sylvia's experience, and that she had acquired her cravings through the phenomenon of memory transference. While Claire Sylvia's story is one of the earliest and best documented accounts of memory transference through an organ transplant, opening the door to the serious study and eventual acceptance of the phenomenon, additional examples have surfaced since. In each one, there is a change in the personality of the person with the new heart. The changes range from preferences with respect to diet and specific foods, to shifts in personality type, from bubbly and outgoing to shy, for instance, and even to the sexual orientation of the recipient, all to reflect the inclinations and lifestyle of the donor. And while the examples of personality and sexual orientation changes are fascinating, the stories don't end there. The emotional content of our lives appears to be so deeply ingrained into our heart's memory that it is preserved with tremendous clarity, and commonly re-experienced by the person receiving the heart in a transplant. While skeptics of the heart memory theories have proposed a number of alternative explanations for the post-transplant changes in personality and lifestyle, including drug reactions and subconscious influences, there's a particular kind of experience that cannot be explained away by the disbelievers' theories. It's this kind of documented case history that has led to the acceptance of memory transference as a fact of life rather than a curious coincidence. In 1999, Dr. Paul Pearsall, a neuropsychologist, published a pioneering book documenting case histories of the heart's memory, The Heart's Code, Tapping the Wisdom and Power of Our Heart Energy. It included true-life accounts of the memories, dreams, and even nightmares experienced by people who had received a transplanted heart. What made one of the accounts so extraordinary is that the recipient's experiences could be confirmed as factual events that happened in the donor's lifetime. The case involved an 8-year-old girl who received a heart from another girl 2 years older. Almost immediately after the surgery, the young girl began having vivid and frightening dreams, nightmares, of being chased, attacked, and killed. While her transplant was a success technically, the psychological impact continued. She was eventually referred to a psychiatrist for a mental health evaluation. The events and images that the young girl described were so clear, consistent, and detailed that the psychiatrist was convinced the dreams were more than a curious byproduct of the transplant. She felt that they were describing the memory of a real-life experience. The question was, whom did the memory belong to? Law enforcement was eventually brought into the case, and it was quickly discovered that the girl was recounting the details of an unsolved murder that had occurred locally in the town. She shared the specifics of where, when, and how the murder had happened. She even repeated the words that were spoken during the attack and the name of the murderer. Based on the details she provided, police were able to locate and arrest a man who fit the circumstances and description. Eventually he was put on trial and convicted of the assault and murder of the 10-year girl whose heart was now in the body of the 8-year-old. I'm sharing this account because it tells us how real the brain in the heart is, and how it can function in ways that it was once thought only the cranial brain did. The discovery of the little brain in the heart, and the now verified evidence of its ability to think and remember, has opened the door to a vast array of possibilities when it comes to the hidden power of the heart and what it means in our lives. For 150+ years, we've been led to think of the heart and the brain from an either-or perspective. Scientists, engineers, and analytical problem solvers have felt that the brain is the key, and they've often discounted the heart. At the same time, artists, musicians, and intuitive thinkers have felt that the heart is the key and have readily dismissed the importance of the thinking capacity of the brain. It's now apparent why this either-or thinking generally doesn't work out so well. To separate the brain from the heart gives us an incomplete picture of ourselves. Clearly, it's more about both organs working together than it is about focusing on one or the other exclusively. And the more we know about how the heart and the brain work together, the more we can use this understanding to unlock the secrets of our greatest potential. Max Planck's matrix. The previous sections offer examples of the heart's role that sound almost mystical in nature. And maybe that's why these capabilities have been largely relegated to the realm of spirituality, religion, and mysticism in the past. It's because the theories and explanations of science were lagging behind the actual experiences that people were having in their lives. From ESP, extrasensory perception, and precognition, to mothers intuitively knowing when their sons and daughters are in trouble on the battlefield before the news has reached military command posts, humans have been experiencing, and benefiting from, the extraordinary power of their hearts for centuries. And it's no surprise that they have. These experiences are natural, and they're a natural part of us. They are part of the human experience. And to deny the existence of heart-based wisdom is to deny a vital part of our being. A big factor in why the scientific community has been uncomfortable with such heart-based experiences is because they seem to involve a realm that science has traditionally avoided. That realm implies the existence of a field of energy that connects all things and makes intuitive experiences possible. A series of discoveries in the late 20th and early 21st century now give new meaning, and new context, to this thinking, as well as our most intimate experiences of life, nature, and love. And the only way to make sense of the experiences and develop them in our lives is to understand what they are and why they're possible. During a lecture presented in 1944, the author of quantum theory, physicist Max Planck, made a statement that was unexpected, and maybe even shocking, to the scientists of the day. Using words that sounded mystical and to some people almost spiritual, Planck said, "As a man who has devoted his whole life to the most clear-eyed science, to the study of matter, I can tell you as the result of my research about the atoms, this much: there is no matter as such. All matter originates and exists by virtue of a force that brings the particles of an atom to vibration and holds this most minute solar system of the atom together. We must assume behind this force the existence of a conscious and intelligent mind. This mind is the matrix of all matter. Beyond any reasonable doubt, scientific experiments, such as those detailed in my book The Divine Matrix, 2007, demonstrate that the matrix exists. The movie of the same name is based on Planck's idea that there is a world we can't see that influences the world we live in. Regardless of what we choose to call it or which existing laws of physics it may or may not conform to, the field of subtle energy that connects everything in creation is real. It excludes nothing. It exists as you and as me. It's the universe within us, as well as the universe around us. It's the quantum bridge between all that is possible in our minds and hearts and what becomes real in the world. It's this matrix of energy that explains why quantum particles remain deeply connected and respond to each other even when they're separated by thousands of miles or more on the physical level. It also explains why we do the same thing. It explains the intuition between a mother and her child, whether that child is in the next room or on the other side of the planet. It explains why people with a deep, heart-based connection seem to know what's happening with one another before the words are ever spoken. Today, over 70 years after Planck's now famous lecture describing what he called the matrix that connects all matter, modern science has refined our understanding of precisely what the matrix is and what it means. The bottom line is that we're bathed in a field of energy that's everywhere, always present, and one that has existed since time began with the Big Bang. The existence of this field implies three principles that have a direct effect upon the way we live, all that we do, and the role of our hearts in our lives. And while some of the principles may contradict well-established beliefs of both science and spirituality, they're also the principles that open the door to an empowering and life-affirming way of seeing our world and living our lives. 1. The first principle suggests that because everything exists within a matrix of energy, everything is connected. It's this connection that makes deep states of intuition between people and patterns between significant life events possible. 2. The second principle suggests that the matrix of the universe is holographic, meaning that any portion of the field contains everything in the field. As consciousness itself is believed to be holographic, this means that physical space between people and the things they experience is not a barrier to the deep connections made possible through heart intelligence. In other words, there is no reason to think it's easier to tune into our loved ones if they're in the next room than it is if they're on another continent. The hologram promises that within the realm that the heart operates, if something exists anywhere, it exists everywhere. 3. The third principle suggests that the past, present, and future are intimately joined. The matrix appears to be the container that holds time, providing for a continuity between the experiences of our present and those of our future. It's this principle that makes the experience of precognition possible in our lives. Regardless of what we call it, or how science and religion define it, it is clear that there is something out there, a force, a field, a presence, that is the great net that links us with one another, our world, and a greater presence. It's also clear that there is a single organ in our bodies that is designed to sense and communicate with that field, the heart. The heart generates the strongest known energy fields in the human body. Electrically, it's between 40 to 60 times stronger than the brain. If we can truly grasp what these discoveries tell us about our relationship to one another, the world, and beyond, then the events of our everyday lives take on an entirely new meaning. We become participants in, rather than victims of, forces we cannot see and do not understand. To be in such a place is where our empowerment really begins. Deep intuition, on demand. As mentioned previously, the term heart intelligence encompasses a number of experiences that have historically been beyond the pale of scientific exploration, including intuition, precognition, and the ability to access our subconscious minds. While it's probably safe to say that we've all had one or more of these experiences at some point in our lives, it's also probably safe to say that they appear to be random and spontaneous. Unless we're trained to create the conditions that make them possible, they seem to happen when they want to, rather than when we want them to. My weekly call with my mother is a perfect example of this spontaneous connection. There was a time in my life when I had a routine phone call with my mother every week. From the time I left my childhood home to go to college until just a few years ago when Mom's health prevented us from continuing our ritual, I looked forward to our Sunday afternoon connection. Following her divorce from my father in the mid-1960s, my mom chose to live alone. Our physical visits were few and far between, and it was the weekly phone calls that kept us in touch. And there was a mystery that would often occur during those Sunday calls. Frequently I would pick up the phone to dial my mom's number, only to find her already on the line waiting for me. And while it didn't happen every Sunday, it happened often enough that I came to expect it more often than not. I would pick up the receiver with the intention of dialing her number, only to hear her voice already on the line without the phone ever even ringing. "Hello," she'd say. "This is Mom." "I know," I'd answer. "I was just going to dial you up, but you're already here." She was less surprised than I was by the whole thing, and more playful. "See," she'd say. "We're just so psychic. Our ESP is working today." We'd laugh, and it was always a great way to begin our weekly catch-up. Most people have had similar telephone connections with another person at some point in their lives. The reason I'm sharing the story here is to illustrate 2 points. First, for two people to pick up the phone at precisely the same instant tells us that we're responding to an impulse to do so. When we're separated by hundreds or even thousands of miles, the impulse connecting us has to travel through something, some medium that allows for the connection to exist. Just the way the melody of our favorite song travels as sound waves through the air to reach our ears, our heart's intention to connect must travel through something, Planck's matrix, to prompt us to respond by picking up the phone at just the right time. A second sooner or a second later and the connection would not work. Second, our connection is usually not a conscious thought. We'll be going about our day and suddenly have a spontaneous impulse, a gut feeling, to pick up the phone and make the call. The fact that it happens spontaneously tells us that we're communicating on a level that is beyond our thinking minds. We're responding to a subconscious cue. When it comes to intuitive experiences in our lives, we almost immediately discover two nearly universal themes when it comes to our impulse to connect. 1. It's generally not a conscious thought. 2. It happens spontaneously when we're not expecting it. I'm sharing these themes because I want to contrast them with what becomes possible when we take our intuition off autopilot and learn to create the conditions of deep intuition at will, our intuition on demand. Many of the recent discoveries regarding heart intelligence and what it means in our lives have been made by scientists at the Institute of Heart Math, IM, a pioneering research organization dedicated to understanding the full potential of the human heart. Following the developmental work that led to the techniques used by IM today, the groundwork was laid for the founding of the organization in the early 1990s. Similar to the conclusions reached by scientists early in the 20th century, IM studies suggest that the function of our hearts runs much deeper, and much more subtly, than has been recognized in the past. If we can understand the conditions in the body that support our intuition, then we have the opportunity to recreate those conditions at will, when we choose, rather than waiting for them to happen occasionally in our lives. A 2007 study conducted by IM provided some of the first scientific evidence regarding what intuition really means and how it arises. The purpose of the study was to investigate the intuitive relationship that is common between a mother and her child. The study was based upon previous findings showing that signals generated by the heart have the capacity to affect others around us. In this particular study, monitors were used to gauge both the mother's brain waves, measured as a conventional EEG, as well as the baby's heartbeat, measured as a conventional EKG, while the mother held the baby in her lap. The thinking was that it's the interaction between the electrical fields of baby's heartbeat and the electrical fields of the mother's brain that alerts her to her baby's needs. The study reported that at first, the baby's heartbeat was undetectable in the mother's brain. However, when the mother was asked to shift her attention and focus specifically upon her baby, the pattern in her brain changed in a profound and, for some people, unexpected way. When the mother focused her attention on her baby, the heartbeat of her baby was detected within her brain waves. The study concluded that by shifting her awareness to her baby, the mother became more sensitive to the electromagnetic signals of her baby's heart. While this study has meaning for many areas of our lives, the reason I'm sharing it here is best summarized by the scientists themselves. These findings have intriguing implications, suggesting that a mother in a psychophysiologically coherent state became more sensitive to the subtle electromagnetic information encoded in the electromagnetic signals of her infant. Continuing studies by Eam and others now suggest that the language of this conclusion can be expanded beyond a mother and her baby to include our ability to tune into the subtle fields of other people, and their heart's intentions, regardless of the distance between us and them. Perhaps not surprisingly, the study results parallel what happened between my mother and me on the occasion of those Sunday afternoon phone calls. They also help us understand how the mother of a son or daughter serving in combat half a world away can be so attuned to what's happening in his or her life. When we create psychophysical coherence within ourselves, commonly shortened to simply coherence, we become more sensitive to the information from other people and the world around us. And perhaps most important, we become more sensitive to the information within ourselves. Specifically, we empower ourselves to create deep states of intuition on demand, at will, when we choose. It's this ability that empowers the heart wisdom and heart intelligence that in the past may have seemed sporadic and fleeting. Creating heart-brain coherence empowers us to experience deep states of intuition and to do so on demand. Creating your heart-brain connection. The 2007 study of the mother and her baby opens the door to a number of profound insights and powerful opportunities when it comes to creating extraordinary states of awareness intentionally. The science confirming the heartbeat of the baby in the mother's brain waves takes the conversation of us being connected with one another out of the realm of possibility and maybe, and places it directly into the real world of everyday life. It shows clearly that by harmonizing our heart and our brain we open the door to consistently creating intuitive experiences that may have been only spontaneous and sporadic in the past. If we can learn to harmonize our heartbeat with our brain waves, we open the door to the kind of intuition for ourselves that the mother has with her baby. Fortunately, over 2 decades research pioneered by Eam have developed the techniques to help us do precisely that. Playwright and 20th century Congresswoman Clare Boothe Luce once said, "The height of sophistication is simplicity." I think there's a lot of truth to her words, and the simplicity that she mentions applies especially to nature. Nature is simple and elegant until we make it difficult through awkward descriptions and complex formulas. So what could be more natural than simply connecting the little brain in our hearts to the brains in our heads to create a single potent network of harmony in our lives? This is what the technique of heart-brain coherence is all about. In each moment of every day, a conversation is taking place inside us. Without a doubt, it's one of the most vital communications we will ever find ourselves engaged in. It's the silent, often subconscious, and never-ending conversation of emotion-based signals between our hearts and our brains. The reason this conversation is so important is because the quality of the emotional signal our hearts sends to our brains determines what kind of chemicals our brains release into our bodies. When we feel what we would typically call negative emotions, for instance, anger, hate, jealousy, and rage, our hearts send a signal to our brains that mirrors our feelings. Such emotions are irregular and chaotic, and this is precisely what the signal they send to the brain looks like. If you can envision a chart of the ups and downs of the stock market on a wild and volatile day, you'll have an idea of the kind of signals we create in our hearts in times of chaos. The human body interprets this kind of signal as stress, and triggers the mechanisms to help us respond appropriately. The stress from negative emotions increases the levels of cortisol and adrenaline, often called stress hormones, which prepare us for a quick and powerful reaction to whatever is causing us stress, in our bloodstreams. This is our instinctive fight or flight response. The research has shown that when we create rejuvenating emotions, such as appreciation, care, gratitude, and compassion, the signal from heart to brain becomes more harmonized to reflect the quality of the emotions. In the presence of a harmonized signal, there is no need for the fight or flight response. The stress hormones decrease, allowing the heart and brain to shift and produce the chemistry that supports stronger immune response and greater amounts of DHEA, the precursor to all other hormones in the body. Whether it's based in emotions from stress or harmony, the conversation between heart and brain, specifically, between the sensory neurites in our hearts and those that make up our brains, is constantly occurring as a dialogue of very low frequencies. It's this conversation that creates the harmony of heart-brain coherence described previously. When the coherence is optimal, the frequency is approximately 0 Hz. This is indeed a very low vibration, below the threshold of 20 Hz, which is typically the lowest frequency humans can detect with the unaided ear. The 0 Hz frequency is, however, detectable by other forms of life, including whales and some kinds of fish. And it's this frequency that's believed to play a vital role in the subconscious cues we detect when we're in the presence of other hearts, the vibes that we sense from people as well as some animals. What's important for us here is that the quality of the signal, our heart-brain coherence, is directly linked to the quality of emotion we feel in our hearts. This is one of those places where science and spirituality overlap beautifully. While the science describes the electrical relationship between the heart and the brain, ancient spiritual practices and techniques have helped people apply the relationship in their lives, and do so without a scientific explanation. It's probably no coincidence that the rigorous scientific techniques developed by the researchers at EAM closely parallel some of the techniques of ancient traditions preserved in the monasteries and indigenous lore of the past. We all learn in different ways, and my sense is that when something is true, it appears in the world in different forms to reflect the variations in our learning. With this idea in mind, I've chosen to share the EAM technique, with permission, because it's safe, is based in well-researched science that validates the steps, and has been simplified in a way that makes it accessible and easy to use in our everyday lives. As with any technique that's passed from teacher to student, however, the steps for creating heart-brain coherence are best experienced with a seasoned practitioner to facilitate the process. The technique to create heart-brain coherence is appropriately called the quick coherence technique and has been refined into 2 simple steps. Independently, each step sends a signal to the body that a specific shift has been put into motion. Combined, the steps create an experience that takes us back to a natural harmony that existed in our bodies earlier in life, before we began to separate our heart-brain network through our conditioning. Steps for quick coherence. Step 1. Heart focus. Shift your focus into the area of your heart, and begin to breathe a little more slowly than usual, as if your breath is coming from your heart. This step is a powerful technique unto itself and can be used when you're feeling overwhelmed by the day's events or simply desire to be more connected with yourself. As you slow your breathing, you are sending a signal to your body in general, and your heart specifically, that you are in a place that is safe and it's okay to turn your attention inward. Step 2. Activate a positive feeling. Make a sincere attempt to experience a regenerative feeling such as appreciation or care for someone or something in your life. The key in this step is to first create the feeling, to the best of your ability, and then to embrace the feeling, again to the best of your ability. Your ability to sustain the feeling is what maintains the optimal conversation between your heart and your brain. As with any skill, you'll find, I think, that the more you practice creating coherence between your heart and your brain, the easier it becomes to do so. And with that ease, the more natural the experience begins to feel. With the growing level of ease, you'll also discover your ability to sustain the connection for longer periods of time. I've used these skills personally over the years, and I can say to you from my direct experience that they work. And I've found that they do so in any situation. Whether it's emotional preparation before I enter into a difficult conversation or phone call, in response to the unexpected shock of bad news from friends or family, or a physical preparation before I begin a yoga or musical recording session, the bottom line for me is that everything goes better with coherence. And just to be clear about what I'm saying here, I view this ability of creating harmony in the body as a preparation that allows us to be at our best for whatever we choose to follow it with. So it's not something to be thought of as an either-or situation where our heart-brain coherence replaces another long-cherished practice. Rather, it's the key to honoring our favorite practices by being our best as we embrace them. By now the benefits of heart-brain coherence, and how to create it in our lives, should be clear. Once we're in this space of balance and harmony within the body, we also find ourselves in harmony with the world beyond it. It's this harmony that includes our healing connection with the field described earlier in this chapter, nature's matrix. And it's from this place of harmony that the truly extraordinary experiences can become a normal part of our lives. As different as intuition, precognition, and regenerative healing may sound from one another, they all are made available to us as we harmonize our body with the world through harmonizing our heart and our brain. Accessing heart intelligence. Have you ever been faced with a decision that seemed impossible to make? Maybe it was a question as to whether or not to go forward with a medical procedure that wasn't aligned with your belief system. Maybe it was whether to stay in a difficult relationship or end it, or maybe it was a question that, if answered the wrong way, could have life and death consequences for you or a loved one. The one thing that links these questions together, as different as they are from one another, is that none of them has an absolute answer. For each situation there is no right or wrong. There is no truth book you can turn to that will tell you which answer to choose. And if you've ever been in a situation where you had to make this kind of decision, you probably discovered that every friend you asked for help had a unique opinion as to which path was right for you, so you ended up with a collection of opinions that make the original question even more confusing. Or maybe something else happened. Perhaps you did follow the recommendation of a close friend or relative who meant well in trying to help. Or you tried the age-old solution of answering your question by making a list of pros and cons. This was my mother's advice when I was faced with tough choices as a child. On a sheet of paper, make 2 columns, she would say. Title 1 pros for the good things about your choice and the other cons for the things that are not so good. Then you'll have your answer. And if that doesn't work, go ask your father. I can tell you from experience that neither of these solutions works. Before he left our family when I was 10 years old, my father was largely unavailable when it came to the big questions of life. So if my mother couldn't answer my question, I had few places to turn to. And the list that my mother would ask me to make always seemed to be skewed in favor of what I wanted the answer to be, rather than what the best answer really was. The reason why it's so difficult to make big decisions that have no clear answer is directly linked to the way we've been conditioned to think. For most of us who were born and raised in modern society, it's been all about thinking with the brain. And while there are times when it definitely serves us to use the logic of our brain, such as when we're creating step-by-step plans to build our home, solve a complex mathematical problem or lay out the steps for income security for our future, there are also times when we actually limit ourselves by answering life's big questions through logic alone. Left brain thinking can be a slow and cumbersome process, and there are 2 primary reasons why this is so. 1. Our thought-based answers are typically based upon the filters of our perceptions and past experience. When it comes to our role in an intimate relationship, for example, our logic-based decision is made through the filters of our self-perceptions. Our minds will make the choice to continue a relationship or to end it through the lens of our self-esteem, our sense of personal worth, our perspective that life is about struggle or ease, and so forth. 2. The mind tends to justify the answers it arrives at using circular reasoning, a way of thinking that supports the conclusion by restating itself. An example of circular reasoning would be if I were to say to you I like Bon Jovi because it's my favorite band. The circular part of the reasoning is shown by my stating the same thought twice, I like the band because it's my favorite band, and using the second thought to justify the first. This kind of reasoning can play out in unexpected ways, such as our fear of taking a chance with a new and challenging job that's been offered to us. In this instance, the circular logic goes something like this: I already have a safe position in this company. If I accept the new job and the new responsibilities, I may not be able to meet the expectations that come with it. If I lose the new job, I'm not safe. I already have a safe position in this company. For clarity, I'm not suggesting that either of the preceding characteristics of mental problem solving is bad, or good, for that matter. What I am saying here is that there are different kinds of challenges in life that are best solved through different ways of thinking, some with the brain and some with the heart. And while heart-based thinking may be less familiar in our fast world of technology and digital information, in a very real sense it is perhaps the most sophisticated technology we'll ever know. The linking of the heart's and brain's potential through creating coherence between them is nothing less than a portal to the information of other realms, and a direct conduit to the very real field that Max Planck called the Matrix in his 1944 lecture. It's also the foundation of some of the most ancient and cherished traditions of our past. In the native traditions of the Midwest, where I was born, there is a term for heart wisdom that has no direct equivalent in the English language. I love the term, however, and think of it often when I find myself in a tough situation or faced with a difficult choice in life. Shante Ishta, pronounced Shante Ishta. It's a phrase from the language of the Lakota Sioux. Similar phrases exist in some other traditions, that roughly translates as the single eye of the heart. The discovery of the little brain in the heart now gives new meaning to this phrase and the role it can play in our lives. It doesn't use the slow filters of past experience to make its decisions. The single eye of the heart, the state of harmony that we create for ourselves in heart-brain coherence, accesses what's true for us in the moment of a given situation. Rather than thinking through a list of the pros and cons or weighing out the probability that an experience of the past will repeat itself in the present, our heart intelligence knows instantly what's true for us in the moment. Whether we choose to accept or ignore our intuitive impressions, they're there for us nonetheless. This is true when it comes to how we feel about other people, as well as our instincts when making big choices in our lives. Scientific studies into the accuracy of our first impressions regarding trusting another person perfectly exemplify this kind of intuition that we've all experienced at some point in our lives. A study led by Alex Todorov, a Princeton University psychologist, showed that when we meet another person for the first time, our assessment of that person is almost immediate. We need only a few milliseconds, he says. The brain makes it, the judgment, even before it identifies the gender or appearance of the other person. When we contemplate how quickly we form our opinion of someone we've never met, it actually makes perfect sense. It's nature's way of keeping us safe. Our ancestors, for example, didn't have the luxury of hours to get to know the people they came face to face with as they wandered the earth in search of food and a hospitable climate. They didn't get to sit down with a leisurely cup of tea and ask about the mutual interests, family histories, or the favorite pastimes of the person wrapped in a bear hide looming over them with spear in hand. They had to know quickly, almost instantaneously, whether or not they were safe. And if they weren't, they needed to react. Knowing the answers to these questions within a millisecond or two gave them the time to do so. Although the circumstances of life have certainly changed with modern society, our basic experience remains much the same. When we meet someone for the first time, we still need to know as quickly as possible, 1. If we are safe and 2. If the person we've met can be trusted. This is true in business, with friendships, and especially when it comes love, romance, and intimacy. While scientists have traditionally attributed our first impression of one another to brain functions, new evidence suggests that it's more than the brain alone making the judgment. The heart plays a vital role in helping us to arrive at split-second decisions. A summary of recent studies regarding intuition beautifully states the heart's role in doing so. When it comes to our gut instincts, at the center of this ability, intuition, is the human heart, which encompasses a degree of intelligence whose sophistication and vastness we are continuing to understand and explore. We now know this intelligence may be cultivated to our advantage in many ways. As mentioned previously, it's because heart intelligence bypasses the filters of the brain, the thoughts of past experiences, self-worth and self-esteem, and the like, that it can make the decisions regarding our safety and well-being almost instantaneously. Todorow's study found that we make a judgment in as little as a tenth of a second when we encounter a new face. A number of additional studies have found that, just as our mothers told us in non-scientific terms, those first impressions are generally spot on. Because we live in a society that has traditionally discounted our intuition in the past, though, we often find ourselves doing so when it comes to the most important choices of our lives. I have known friends, for example, who confided in me that the first time they encountered the person they married, their first impression was to run, and run fast. Rather than listen to this intuitive advice, however, they rationalized away what they were feeling. By all outward appearances, there seemed to be no good reason not to go forward with the relationship. In one instance, it was only after 12 years of marriage that one friend, a woman I worked with, admitted to herself that her first impression of her husband had been correct. The man she'd married did not grow to respect her any more in the decade plus of her marriage than she felt he did when they first met. The key here is that she knew, her heart knew, almost instantly, in as little as 1/10 of a second, that the relationship wasn't safe. And failing to consider what her intuition initially told her, she devoted 12 years of her life to arriving at the same conclusion. In those years, she also had the experiences that empowered her to think differently about herself and accept that she was worthy of receiving respect. It becomes clear that rather than think in terms of absolutes and black and white decisions, we have the opportunity to be informed on different levels, by different experiences, when it comes to being in the world and our decisions in life. And it's for this reason that it's important to recognize the difference between the kind of intuition described in this chapter and the role of instinct in our lives, two different yet related experiences. This is the perfect opportunity to make a distinction between heart-based intuition and what we know as our experience of instinct. Instinct is nature's way of informing us in the present, based upon experiences of the past. And the past that's informing us may be our personal past or even include the collective past of our ancestors' response to a particular situation that's deeply ingrained into our psyche. Without a doubt, our instincts can powerfully serve us in some situations, such as the uneasy feeling we may have when we find ourselves walking down a dark street at 1 a.m. in a city we're not familiar with. In this instance, our instinct is largely a mental process based upon the accumulated experiences of humans walking in the same conditions for thousands of years. In the past, dark streets have often meant trouble. When our instinct kicks in, our bodies respond with the rush of adrenaline that we feel in our stomach, our gut response, preparing us for the possibility of fight or flight. I'm making this distinction here because our heart's intuition doesn't work the same way. Rather than informing us from a point in the past, it informs us of what's happening in the moment. Sometimes the intuitive response and the gut experience can become confusing, especially when they're both happening at the same time. While the brain is telling us the dark street historically isn't safe, for example, the heart may be telling us that while this may be true, in this moment, on this particular street, we are safe. Our job is to reconcile the two experiences. The best way I've discovered to do so for myself is to use the techniques described in the following section to access heart intelligence. Because it's based in the present time of the moment, it will generally cut through all the extraneous information to let me know if I'm in a situation that is safe or if I'm not. My personal experience of heart intelligence is that it's so fast, in fact, that the answer to any question I may ask generally appears before I've even finished forming the question in my mind. Making the decision as to whether or not to go forward leading a group into Egypt in the late 1990s is a perfect example of the kind of decision that has no clear answer. It's also a perfect example of a time when heart wisdom was clear, direct, and accurate. From Chaos to Certainty, a True Life Account. In November 1997, I was scheduled to take a tour group into Egypt. It was part of an annually scheduled pilgrimage I had led since my first group 5 years earlier, in 1992. To say that Egypt is an amazing destination is an understatement, it's beyond amazing. To actually stand in front of the Great Sphinx, a mystery I had studied in pictures as a child, and at the base of the Great Pyramid, looking up at over 400 feet of the once covered stones that are now visible to the naked eye, is an experience of a lifetime. And I was under contract to lead a multinational group into the Egyptian desert to have precisely these experiences, and many more. The national media began carrying the horrific images of November 17 in the evening news. Though the details were still emerging, the gist of the story was clear. Armed terrorists had killed 58 foreign tourists and 4 Egyptians in a particularly savage attack at the Temple of Queen Hatshepsut, a popular archaeological site near the city of Luxor. My group was scheduled to leave for our tour the following week. What has now become known as the Luxor massacre was devastating for the country of Egypt on a number of levels. The tourism industry was crushed. Hundreds of tour companies pulled out of the country, and the tours were cancelled. Airlines stopped flying to Cairo. Hotels were empty. And the pride of the Egyptian people was suffering a deep hurt. "This is not us," my Egyptian friends told me on the telephone. "Please don't think of us in this way," they pleaded. Immediately I began receiving phone calls regarding the planned tour. Family and friends begged me not to go. The people signed up for the trip begged me not to cancel. The Egyptian authorities were concerned about the possibility of another attack. And the tour company was waiting for me to make a decision and do so quickly. The choices were clear: I could postpone the trip until another time, cancel it altogether, or go forward with it as planned. I felt pulled from all sides. Everyone I spoke with had an opinion, and they all made perfect sense. And just when I thought I had made the right choice, someone would call me and give a good reason for another choice. Clearly, this was one of those times when the decision was not black and white. There was no right or wrong and no way of knowing what would happen over the course of the following days and weeks. There was only me, my instincts, my intuition, and my promise to honor my group and myself with the best choice possible. Overwhelmed by the chaos of information and opinions, I turned off the telephone and shut off the input from other people. From my home in the high desert of northern New Mexico, I went for a long walk down a dirt road that I have visited many times in the past when I had to make a tough decision. And I applied in my life precisely the technique that I shared previously in this chapter to get in touch with my deepest intuition regarding the tour. I stopped walking long enough to close my eyes, turn my attention inward, and focus on my heart. It's always helped me to touch the area of my heart with my fingertips during this process, to draw my awareness to the place of the touch. And as I began to slow my breathing, I felt a familiar sense of calm wash over my body. I felt like myself, and the more I did, the more the horrible events of the day began to take on a new meaning. As I experienced the feelings of gratitude, in this instance for the calm in my body and for the opportunity to make such a powerful choice, I asked the question that no one else could answer. From a place of heart intelligence, I silently asked if it was a good time for my group to experience in the mysteries of Egypt. Through the years of using heart-based intelligence, I've learned that the heart works best when it's given brief phrases to respond to rather than multiple sentences. Our hearts don't need a preface to the question we're asking or an explanation of the history behind the decision that's at hand. The heart already knows all of these things. For some people, the wisdom of the heart comes to them as a feeling. For others, it can be a sense of knowing without question, while for still other people, the answer emerges as a familiar voice that they've known throughout their lifetimes. For me, it's generally all of these. I often hear a subtle voice first, reinforced with a solid feeling of reassurance, safety, and certainty, followed by a sense of resolution and completeness. And that's precisely what happened on that day in the high desert. Before I even finished asking the question, the answer was there for me, complete, direct, and clear. Immediately I knew, that our journey would be okay. It would be profound, deep, and healing. Most of all, I knew that by allowing intuition to guide us at each step of our journey, we would be safe. I want to be absolutely clear here about what I'm saying. My decision was based upon the sensory impressions that I received as the result of a methodical, science-based process. It also happens to be a process that other people sometimes use in a less structured way, with similar results. The value of accessing heart intelligence is that it becomes possible to ask our questions with no attachment to the outcome, through Shanti Ista, the single eye of the heart. When I was clear about my decision, I personally called each person scheduled for the tour, and every one of them, regardless of age or nationality, asked me to go forward with the trip, but only if I felt it was safe to do so. I left for Egypt on schedule the next week with 40 amazing people to begin a beautiful adventure and a heartfelt journey that was full of surprises. We arrived in a country that was mourning the loss of so many lives, and reeling from the impact of the attack. The president of Egypt at the time, Hosni Mubarak, was a friend of our guide and was so grateful that we came to his country during such a difficult time that he wrote an official letter giving the Department of Antiquities permission to open rare archaeological sites to us throughout our tour. Some of the sites, we later discovered, had not been opened since they were first excavated in the late 1800s and have not been opened again since our tour. Needless to say, the journey was amazing, and the bonding that happened between our group and the Egyptian people forged friendships that last to this very day. The beauty of heart-based wisdom is that we're relieved of the burden of second-guessing our choices. Based upon what I knew to be true at the time, I felt that my decision to lead the tour was a good one. I also believe that if I'd cancelled the trip based upon what I knew that day, that would have been a good decision as well. Having made the choice to go forward with the trip, however, via a decision informed by the wisdom of my heart, I felt that I honored the people who trusted me to lead them, as well as myself, in making the best one possible. I'm sharing this story as one example of how the tool of heart-brain coherence has served me in the real world. And while this example was about a big decision involving 40 people and a trip halfway around the world, I use precisely the same technique, sometimes on a daily basis, to help me plan my day, temper relationships, and honor the principles that are important to me when I'm tested in life. What I know with certainty is that we can never go wrong when we honor our hearts. I also know that if heart intelligence works for me, it will work for you as well. Exercise: how to ask your heart a question. I want to take this opportunity to share a technique to tap into your heart's wisdom. And I want this exercise to be personal, so I will offer this section as if I'm speaking to you directly, as if you were sitting with me in my living room. Your heart's intelligence is with you always. It's constant. You can trust it. It's important to acknowledge this, because it means that the wisdom of your heart, the answers to the deepest and most mysterious questions of life that no one else can answer, already exists within you. Rather than something that needs to be built or created before it can be used, the link between your heart and the place that holds your answers is already established. It's been with you since the time you were born and has never left you. It's up to you as to when you choose to access that link as a hotline to the deepest truths of your life. It's also up to you as to how you apply the wisdom of your heart in the reality of your everyday life. This is where discernment comes in. While your heart's wisdom may be true for you, it may not always be true for someone else. Our friends, children, siblings, life partners, and families all have their own heart wisdom. We can't possibly know with certainty what's true for them. And we can't always know how our well-intentioned sharing may affect the experience of another person. I'm mentioning this now as a point of consideration. When you find yourself wondering if you should share what your heart intelligence has revealed to you, as a guideline I recommend asking yourself the following 3 questions. 1. What is my intention in sharing what I've discovered? 2. Who will benefit if I share this information? Or specifically, how will blank benefit if I share this information? Fill in the blank with the name of the person you're considering sharing your revelation with. 3. Who can be hurt by my sharing of this information? The key to using these questions is to be absolutely clear with yourself about the very first question. To be conscious of your intention is the foundation of your personal responsibility. With your intention firmly in place, it becomes easy to evaluate your answer to the next 2 questions to see if they honor your stated intention. Whether they do or not, you will have the answer to your question as to the appropriateness of sharing your deep knowing. With these ideas in mind, let's apply the steps of coherence from the previous section to access your heart's intelligence. I recommend doing so in a place where it's safe to close your eyes and direct your attention inward. You wouldn't want to try this exercise while you're driving or doing anything that requires your full and undivided attention. The following steps will lead you directly to your heart's deepest knowing. The steps for accessing your heart's intelligence are as follows. Step 1. Focus your heart. Action. Allow your awareness to move from your mind to the area of your heart. Result. This sends a signal to your heart that a shift has taken place. You are no longer engaged in the world around you and are now becoming aware of the world within you. Step 2. Slow your breathing. Action. Begin to breathe a little more slowly than usual, allowing 5 to 6 seconds for your inhale and exhale. Result. This simple step sends a second signal to your body that you are safe and in a place that supports your process. Deep, slow breathing has long been known to stimulate a relaxation response of the nervous system, the parasympathetic response. Step 3. Feel a rejuvenating feeling. Action. To the best of your ability, feel a genuine sense of caring, appreciation, gratitude, or compassion for anything or anyone. Result. The key to success here is for your feeling to be as sincere and heartfelt as possible. As described previously, it's the quality of this feeling that fine-tunes and optimizes the coherence between your heart and your brain. While everyone is capable of this experience, it's one of those processes that you may need to experiment with to find what works best for you. Step 4. Ask your heart intelligence a question. Action. The previous 3 steps create the harmony between your brain and your heart that enables you to tap into your heart's wisdom. As you continue to breathe and hold the focus in your heart, this is the time to ask your question. Result. Heart intelligence generally works best when the questions are brief and to the point. Remember, your heart doesn't need a preface or the history of a situation before the question. Ask your question silently as a single concise sentence and then allow your heart's wisdom to respond in a way that works for you. I'm often asked to interpret the symbols that show up in people's dreams or the meaning of an experience that they've had in their lives. While it's possible for me to offer an opinion, it's just that. It's my sense of what the image or experience may mean in their lives. The truth is that I can't possibly know what others' dreams or experiences means for them. It's also true that they can. The key is this: if you are empowered enough to have the experience, then you are empowered to know for yourself what your experience means. A mysterious dream is the perfect opportunity to apply heart wisdom to a real-world situation. From the heart-brain harmony established in the previous 3 steps, simply ask the following kinds of questions, filling in the blank with the names of the people, symbols, or identities of what you are asking about. These are example formats only. You can choose one that fits for you, or create your own using any of them as a template. From the place of my heart's deepest knowing, I ask to be shown the significance of in my dream. From the single eye of my heart that knows only my truth, I ask for the meaning of the that I saw in my dream. Please help me to understand the significance of in my life. Step 5. Listen. Action. Become aware of how your body feels immediately as you are asking your question. Make a note of any sensations such as warmth, tingling, ringing of the ears, and emotions that may arise. Everyone learns and experiences uniquely. There is no correct or incorrect way of receiving your heart's wisdom. The key here is to know what works best for you. Result: for people who are already attuned to their bodies and their heart's intelligence, this step is the easiest part of the process. For those who may have less experience in listening to their bodies, this is an exercise in awareness. As I mentioned before, I tend to receive my heart's wisdom as words while at the same time I'm feeling the sensations in my body. Other people never hear the words but experience a nonverbal communication only, such as warmth radiating from their hearts or their gut. Sometimes people feel a wave of peace wash over them as they receive the answer to their question. What's important here is to listen to your body and to learn how it communicates with you. I can honestly say that my heart's wisdom has never led me to make a bad choice. And while I haven't used this technique for every big decision I've made in my life, I can also say with honesty that the only choices I've regretted are the ones I made when I did not honor my heart's wisdom. Now you have a step-by-step technique to help you feel empowered in the face of life's greatest challenges. While you probably can't change the situations that arrive at your doorstep, you can definitely change the way to feel and respond to those situations. If you haven't already done so, you may discover that your ability to access the wisdom of your heart, on demand, becomes a good friend to you and one of your greatest sources of strength in life. The consistency and accuracy of heart-based solutions empower you to face any situation, meet with any person or force, with the confidence that's hard to find when you feel helpless, overwhelmed, powerless, and lost. Do we already know the future? The example of my trip to Egypt illustrates a form of intuition that most of us are familiar with. It stems from a deep knowing of a relative truth, something that is right for us in a given moment. There are other forms of intuition that show up in other ways. Sometimes these kinds of intuition are less about decisions and moral choices in our personal lives and more about following an impulse that helps us in some way. The experience of precognition, the ability to know or sense that something will happen before it actually does, is one of those ways. There are times when precognition appears in our lives in a personal and conscious way. Gamblers that have the knack to choose winning lottery tickets or who consistently find themselves with winning hands at high-stakes card games use their ability for their personal gain. We've read stories of law enforcement agents who have a sixth sense gut feeling that something isn't right with the home they've just visited, follow their instinct, and end up saving a baby from a life-threatening domestic violence situation. These are common examples of conscious precognition. In the course of their lives, the people in the previous examples learned to trust their sense that something was about to happen in a certain way, and more often than not, it did. While our sense of future events often happens on a personal level, There are well-documented instances of group or mass precognition of big events that affect large numbers of people, as well. This kind of precognition is less about the conscious knowledge of a specific event, and more about an unconscious sense, an impulse, to deviate from the typical routines of the day just because it feels like the thing to do. September 11, 2001, illustrates this kind of subconscious intuition in a powerful way. As tragic as the events of 9/11 were, and as many lives as there were lost on that day, almost immediately it became clear that the day could have been even worse. Had people scheduled their day to follow their typical routines, the number of deaths could have been much higher and the tragedy much greater. Immediately after the events of 9/11, story after story emerged of how people had unexpectedly changed their plans that day in ways that saved their lives, and for reasons that they attributed to chance and sheer luck. Fathers with their offices high in the World Trade Center buildings suddenly chose to take the day off and stay home with their families. People who had planned to fly on the planes that were hijacked found themselves in unexpected traffic jams or extended conversations that made them miss their flights. And while it's common for these things to happen occasionally, the large numbers of people who altered their plans on September 11, and saved their own lives by doing so, tells us that there is more than coincidence at work here. A number of celebrities are among those whose lives were saved on 9/11, seemingly by chance. Robert Redford, for example, was in New York City for business meetings and scheduled to return to California on September 11 aboard the Newark-Los Angeles flight that he took frequently, United Airlines Flight 93. His meetings ended unexpectedly early the day before, however, and he was able to fly back to California on September 10. Had Redford taken his typical flight, he would have been among the casualties of the hijacked Flight 93 that crashed into a Pennsylvania field, killing all passengers and crew on board. In a USA Today report about his experience of 9/11, Redford said, "We all have our access to the horrors of the attacks. For some of us, it's there, but for the grace of God I fall into that category." Redford was not alone in his lucky change of plans on 9/11. Over 350 people who had planned to take the 4 flights that were hijacked and destroyed that day failed to make them for a number of reasons. Among the celebrities who shared Redford's good fortune and changed their travel plans that day were actors Mark Wahlberg, scheduled to fly on American Airlines Flight 11 but flew to Boston the night before to be with friends. Jamie Presley canceled her flight on American Airlines Flight 11 unexpectedly at the last minute, and Edward James Olmos, scheduled to take American Airlines Flight 11 to appear at the Latin Grammy Awards in Los Angeles but was tired and rescheduled for another flight, 26, as well as San Francisco Mayor Willie Brown, comedian Seth MacFarlane, MTV reality star Julie Stauffer, and others. When we hear these kinds of stories, the number of people involved tells us there's something happening here that we owe it to ourselves to understand. Regardless of what we choose to call it, that so many people shifted their travel plans on such short notice for that day, or found that a shift of their plans was beyond their control, suggests that they responded to an impulse, an unconscious cue, to do so. A research paper published by Cornell University may provide the first viable explanation for how it's possible for us to sense such outcomes in a way that is beyond statistical chance. Not surprisingly, the Cornell study may have created an even deeper mystery in the process. In a paper published in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, social psychologist Darley Bem described a series of experiments that he performed to explore the ability of some individuals to sense, or feel, the outcome of events before they happen. In other words, the experiment was designed to explore the possibility of precognition. In one of Bem's experiments, he used a computer that repeatedly showed the same image of 2 curtains on the screen side by side. Each time the curtains appeared, one would have a picture behind it and the other would not, showing a blank wall. When the curtains appeared, the person tested was instructed to select the one that felt as though it were covering an image. There are two pieces of information that are key to illustrate the significance of this experiment. 1. The image behind the curtain was of couples engaged in consensual and nonviolent sexual acts. The test participants were told this, and also told that they had the opportunity to decline the test if they felt the images would be offensive to them. 2. No one, not even the scientists who designed the experiment, knew which curtain was hiding an image. The computer randomly chose the images each time the curtain appeared. In each test, the curtains appeared on the screen 36 times. BEM conducted the experiments on over 1,000 participants, and the results were clear and consistent. Because there were two possibilities for each choice, there was a 50% chance that the participants would choose the curtain hiding the image. The success of the results was consistently beyond the chance statistics, with 53% of the selections correctly choosing the curtain hiding an image. Somehow, the people tested correctly chose which curtain hid an erotic image to a degree statistically beyond luck. Through a process that the scientific community continues to struggle with, studies like this show that the participants somehow knew, they sensed, or felt in advance, the correct outcome before it was revealed on the computer screen. A similar study, conducted by EAM, invites us to go a step further and may give us a clue as to why. The scientists at HeartMath designed a series of experiments to test for the possibility of what is called non-local intuition. Examples of this kind of intuition fall into broad categories of the kind of experiences described earlier in this chapter: parents connecting with their children, or vice versa, knowing that an event that has yet to happen is about to occur, as in the previous study, and having someone call you the instant you are thinking about them. This also occurs sometimes when we find ourselves humming a particular song in our minds. We turn on the radio, and the song is the one that's playing. The EAM experiments consisted of a setting where a number of parameters could be measured in the body of the person being tested, including skin conductivity, brain waves, and heart activity. The readings were made as the person being tested would click a computer mouse to trigger the appearance of a random image on the screen. This time, however, the images fell into two distinct categories: calming images of nature and stimulating images such as violence and war. The scientists already knew that our bodies respond differently to calming images, such as ocean waves gently breaking along a beautiful sandy shore, than they do while witnessing the aftermath of a violent battle. It's because of these differences that these experiments are so intriguing. The tests revealed that users' bodies, including their hearts and brains, correctly anticipated the quality of the images they were about to see, before the images actually appeared. In other words, during the 6 seconds between the time the mouse was clicked and the image was seen, the heart of the user was already experiencing the image. The authors of the study are clear about the significance of these studies, stating, "Both the heart and the brain appear to receive and respond to information about a future emotional stimulus prior to actually experiencing the stimulus." These studies shed new light and offer fresh insights into the power of our heart's intuition when it comes to events that affect our future. The key here is that the effect is more pronounced when the event has emotional significance to us. In the Cornell study, the erotic images held an emotional charge for the participant undergoing the test. On September 11, the events that were already in motion in the hearts and minds of those who carried them out held emotional significance for them, as did the consequences of the aftermath for millions of people around the world. In light of the 1987 confirmation of the energetic field that connects all things, the discovery that the human heart produces and detects subtle fields of electrical and magnetic energy, and the discovery of 40,000 or so specialized cells in the heart that detect just such fields, it should come as no surprise to us that we can sense in the field the signature of events that exist there. Whether it's an erotic image in the laboratory, the mass destruction of 9/11, or the well-being of our children in another room or on the other side of the world, the evidence is clear: we are part of the world, and our ability to sense the world that we're part of is a natural part of our being. Our willingness to embrace and develop this ability can enrich our lives and our relationships in ways that may have sounded impossible only a generation ago. Living from your heart, the next step of evolution. There is a saying among certain indigenous and ancient mystery traditions when it comes to the way we live our lives, and how we come to terms with life's experiences. Though the traditions are different from one another, they are bound together by the theme of a common thread of wisdom. In order for us to come full circle and embrace our personal power in life, we must first embark upon a journey of personal discovery. And while the journey may lead us away from what's been familiar in the past, and may take our entire lifetime to complete, the distance of our trip is a short one. It only covers about 18 inches. Whether we're tall or short, and regardless of the race or nationality we call our heritage, for all of us the average distance from the center of our brains to the middle of our hearts is the same, 18 inches. But the short distance can be deceptive. Depending on the beliefs of our families, our communities, our religions, and what happens in our life experiences, it can take months, years, or a lifetime to learn how to make the shift from the logical thinking of the mind to the intuitive wisdom of the heart, and when it's appropriate to do so. The discovery of the little brain in the heart, however, and the benefits it affords us tells us that to make such a shift is certainly worth the effort. It's the journey that takes us out of the either-or polarity thinking of the brain, and into the intuitive knowing of our heart. And while the ability to do so would be empowering for us at any time, it is especially so now, in our lifetime of converging extremes. As you will find detailed throughout this book, it's clear that the first years of the 21st century, the present, are no ordinary time in the history of our societies, our nations, and our world. We're living a time of accelerated change, cycles of climate, conflict, and economic shifts that are bearing down upon us in a way that no generation in recorded history has ever faced. We no longer live in the isolated countries that formed the foundation of our society during the 19th and 20th centuries. We no longer live in nations with isolated economies, isolated technologies, isolated energy grids, and isolated defense and communications systems. The way we think about money and financial security now isn't the same as how our grandparents thought about these things. The role that religion and spirituality has played in our lives is taking on new meaning as we try to apply 2,500-year-old ideas to a 21st century world. The very principles that have helped us feel secure in our communities and homes are changing. Facts like these lead us to one of the most crucial yet least understood realizations of our era: we're living a time of many, many extremes, and they're all converging upon us at once in this lifetime, today, now. These facts have led to the certainty of where we find ourselves right now, in this very moment. We're living with a new set of rules for our lives. While I've done my best to detail the extremes that are changing the way you live, work, and think, and to do so in a clear and truthful way in Chapter 4, I'm stating the fact of the extremes here to provide the background for why you need the heart-based wisdom, and the resilience that it brings, in your life now. Knowing that we're living in a time of extremes tells us that we can expect big changes in our lives. Whether it's social upheaval, climate change, a global economy buckling under the burden of record debt, or a growing population competing for shrinking supplies of water and other resources, if we're honest with ourselves, we know that these crises aren't temporary. In all likelihood, they're with us for our lifetime and probably our children's as well. We've all heard the adage that the only constant in life is change. We've also heard that change can be one of the most stressful experiences we face in life. And it's that stress of change that biologists tell us is the trigger for new ways of thinking and living, the evolutionary transformation that makes us better people, creates stronger families and communities, and ultimately promises our survival as a species. The formula is clear: the bigger the shift, the greater the transformation. It's because so many of the old ways of thinking are no longer enough to meet the needs of our transforming world that the discoveries in this chapter are so vital. They hold the keys to one of the most profound evolutionary leaps possible. We're living the shift from creating our lives based upon the way our minds see the world to a new way of thinking and living based upon the way our hearts and minds sense the world. What's important here is that whatever change life brings to your doorstep, it's only a problem if you don't know how to embrace it in a healthy way. And that's precisely what this book is all about. As you learn to merge the senses of your heart and the logic of your brain into a single potent system, you empower yourself to beneficially manage change in your life. In doing so, you give yourself the evolutionary edge that may have been lost in the recent past when early scientists began to separate the power of the heart and brain. I've always felt that the better we know ourselves, the better equipped we are to embrace whatever comes our way. And what better way to know ourselves than to tap the essence of our deepest intuitive wisdom? With these ideas in mind, the following chapters teach us the power of resilience from the heart, how to create it for ourselves, our families, and our communities, and how we can learn to apply it in our everyday lives. Chapter 2. Resilience from the Heart. The power to thrive in life's extremes. Life doesn't get easier or more forgiving, we get stronger and more resilient. Steve Maraboli, American motivational speaker and author. On September 11, 2011, the 10th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks on America, Time magazine created a special edition dedicated to honoring the way in which individuals, families, and the nation hard hit by the tragedy have been able to carry on with life and living. Its title says it all: Beyond 9/11, Portraits of Resilience. If there was ever a question as to the role that resilience has played in America's recovery, the first sentence of the special edition put it to rest, calling resilience the theme of the nation in the 21st century. Through intimate stories shared by citizens and leaders alike, Time sought to define what it means to meet adversity, and then overcome it. While we often hear about the resilience that allows us to move beyond the hardships of life, could there be more to the word than that? Is there a form of resilience that can be cultivated with a bigger picture in mind? Is it possible to live each day in a resilient frame of mind that softens the impact of dramatic change, rather than trying to achieve resilience after the fact? The answer to this question is a resounding yes. It's the reason why I've written this chapter. Cultivating resilience is part of a trend that's gaining a foothold in individuals, families, and communities throughout the world. In choosing the path of resilience within ourselves, our families and communities, we can create positive turning points in our time of extremes. In addition to minimizing the hardships that can come with unexpected change, many people have discovered that the building blocks of personal resilience are a great way to live as well, and one that makes sense in light of today's world. It's possible for individuals, families, and communities to create turning points of resilience that minimize the impact of abrupt change and shorten the time it takes to recover when hardship does occur. Resilience. What does it mean? Resilience means different things to different people, and its meaning varies by culture, age, and even by the way the word is used. The requirements for resilience in the daily routines of a couple just starting their life together, for example, are very different from those for partners who have been married for 50 years. For teenagers in the Western world, who are dependent upon their parents for the basics of everyday life, resilience means something very different than it does in a tribal setting, where young people often form their own communities to care for themselves and others of a similar age. The principles that create resilience under battlefield conditions are tailored to a very different set of needs from those identified by organizations like the Post-Carbon Institute, which explore what it takes to live sustainably in the era after peak oil. Clearly, resilience is one of the qualities in life that we must adapt to our specific circumstances. While much of the research on this topic is offered with respect to whole communities and society, the place where resilience begins is with us. At the very core, this conversation is all about people. Our world of extremes is forcing us to think and live differently to meet our needs successfully. In some cases, such as with downsized industries and shrinking job markets, it's leaving us little choice other than to do so. So let's begin at the beginning. What does it take to create, develop, and sustain a resilient lifestyle, to live in a resilient way? In the modern world, resilience is often used to describe someone's ability to recover from an unexpected change in life, such as a devastating setback or a traumatic loss. The couple has shown tremendous resilience in healing from the loss of their son in the war, for example, is a comment that, unfortunately, has become far too common. The resilience that my friend has shown after his wife left the marriage is an inspiration for us all. Illustrates another way we often hear the term used today. In recent years, it's become customary to hear resilience mentioned when describing the attitude and physical fortitude of entire communities, even nations, as they recover from the devastation of hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes, and terrorist attacks. Resilience is not limited only to human experiences, however. It can be applied to any system, living or not, where dynamic change is involved. Over a period of millennia, the complex ecosystems of the Amazon rainforests, for example, developed resilience in adapting to big shifts in Earth's climate. Today's sophisticated computer programs are resilient. They can detect and fix software glitches within themselves that keep them from doing what they were designed to do. From the immune system that keeps us healthy and the nervous system that keeps us safe, to the way we produce vital hormones and generate new blood cells that keep us alive, our bodies have multiple and interconnected systems that we depend upon, and each one has its own form of resilience. While the American Psychological Association defines resilience as the process of adapting well in the face of adversity and bouncing back from difficult experiences, the Stockholm Resilience Center identifies resilience as the capacity of a system to continually change and adapt yet remain within critical thresholds. It's the theme reflected in this second definition that best illustrates our expanded view of resilience. We're talking about a way of thinking and living that gives us the flexibility to change and adapt to new conditions. This is the key to transformation in our time of extremes. As universal as the experience of resilience is, interestingly I've found that many cultures simply have no word in their language that actually reflects what it means. The only way that someone speaking in one of these languages can share the idea of resilience is to string together a number of unrelated words in their native tongue that, when considered together, will approximate what the single word means in English. During a book tour through Central Europe, for example, I was describing the principles that would become the core of resilience from the heart when I discovered how such a disparity in words can actually play out in the real world. During my on-stage presentation, I was working with a translator using consecutive translation, meaning, I would speak, then he would translate, then I would speak, and so on, as compared to a simultaneous translator where the translator is in another part of the room speaking directly through the headsets of those in the audience listening. Suddenly, the entire presentation came to a grinding halt when my translator found himself in a lively conversation not with me, but with members of the audience. Surprisingly, they were debating the way he had just translated the word resilience. While I had assumed that there would be an equivalent word for my ideas in every language, it was then that I discovered this is not the case. Just the way English speakers have to put together the separate words life and force to approximate the Hindu word prana, there was no single word for resilience in the language my interpreter was using. I also learned that it's good to meet with the translators before presentations to iron out such potential wrinkles. While the idea of resilience and what it means may vary for people of different age groups and cultures, the way it shows up in life does not. We find the elements of resilience in two places: the way we think, the way we live. Through one, or a combination, of these two expressions, some form of resilience is found in every facet of our experience. From our emotional ability to cope with the stress of big change, to the physical ability of our bodies to resist illness and disease, and the ability of our minds to resolve the psychological impacts of trauma and loss, many forms of resilience clearly exist. It's also clear that they play a big part in our lives each and every day. For the purposes of this book, I will address two general forms: the personal resilience that will be explored in this chapter, and the community resilience that will be covered in the next one. Our ideas of resilience are reflected in the way we think and the way we live. Personal resilience. Even with decades of research and thousands of studies published in hundreds of professional journals, there's still no single theory of resilience. There are, however, facets of resilience that seem to fall into general categories that we can use as a springboard for our exploration. Professional organizations have taken the myriad studies of different kinds of resilience and adapted them to the specific needs of their communities. We can find specialists trained to help us with everything from physical resilience in endurance sports, for instance, to psychological resilience in business or emotional resilience in difficult relationships. The common denominator in all of these communities is trauma, and we don't have to look very far to find sources of this in our lives. With cable television programs blaring 24/7, news cycles filled with gruesome details of war, warnings of threats to the security of our homes and schools, bloody incidents of neighborhood shootings, and an alarming increase in the number of teen suicides linked to ridicule and bullying perpetrated through social media, our society is routinely filled with trauma. Each traumatic incident creates the need to heal from the damage it leaves in our lives, families, and communities. Although our social traumas stem from different sources, the characteristics that help us first to cope with the experiences, and then to find the resilience needed to transform ourselves beyond the experiences, are remarkably similar. There are a number of excellent resources available to guide us in this process. One that I've found to be especially useful in real-world situations is the National Victim Assistance Academy, NVAA. Under the auspices of the Office for Victims of Crime Training and Technical Assistance Center, this academy is a federal program designed to support professional service providers who assist people traumatized by crime. The training programs they've developed help victims transcend hurtful experiences through specific steps that create skills of resilience. One of the reasons I like the NVAA framework so much is that it addresses a broad landscape of physical, emotional, and spiritual needs, from the way we personally cope in stressful conditions to the way we deal with other people in times of stress. A representative summary of the key factors for resilience the NVAA has developed includes: knowledge of yourself, a personal sense of hope, the ability to cope in a healthy way, strong interpersonal relationships, finding a personal meaning in life. Let's explore each of these factors a little more deeply to get a better idea of why these 5 characteristics are so important and how they fit into our lives. A framework for personal resilience includes qualities such as self-knowledge, a sense of hope, healthy coping skills, strong relationships, and a sense of meaning in life. Knowledge of yourself. Located within the innermost chamber of the ancient Luxor temple in Egypt, a place called the Holy of Holies, there's an inscription that reminds those who pass through the doors of the secret hidden within their own existence. The phrase, "Man, know thyself," is followed up with the benefit that comes from doing so. The full text reads, "Man, know thyself and thou shalt know the gods." Those first 3 words, embedded within many of the ancient Egyptian texts, are the same ones found at the entrance to the Temple of Apollo at Delphi in Greece. In Delphi, however, the words are simplified to read, "Know thyself." From the wisdom traditions of ancient Egypt and Greece to the deepest mysteries of the world's most cherished spiritual practices, there is nearly universal agreement that our ability to meet life's challenges hinges upon how well we know ourselves. This is where identifying the false assumptions of the past, and the new discoveries that tell us they're false, becomes especially useful. For nearly 3 centuries, the accepted science of our world has told us that we're separate from ourselves and one another, and that the law of the land is based upon competition and struggle. From the time we're young, many of us have heard these ideas boiled down to the simple admonition that we live in a dog-eat-dog world. This often subconscious belief remains at the very core of our most difficult relationships, those in which we still believe we must struggle to be successful. This is where the new discoveries that help us answer the question "Who am I?" also give us the reasons to change our thinking and our beliefs. From the discovery of quantum entanglement, which confirms just how deeply we're connected to one another in our world, to the fact that cooperation rather than competition is the fundamental rule of nature, the more we find out about ourselves, the better equipped we are to deal effectively with the changes in the world. When we replace the false assumptions of separation with the deepest truths of our connection and the role of cooperation in our lives, our self-knowledge gives us the reasons to think more holistically and to act with greater certainty when it comes to the choices we make in our lives. A personal sense of hope. When we hear heartfelt and inspiring stories of people who have survived seemingly unsurvivable situations, 2 of the first questions usually being directed to them are, "How did you do it? What kept you from simply giving up?" It's worth exploring the way these 2 questions are answered, because of the similarity of the emotional impact. As different as specific traumatic situations may appear from one another, whether stemming from crimes or natural disasters, almost universally those who survive and recover in a healthy way say that they were sustained by their sense of optimism and hope. I remember seeing the television footage of the American hostages being taken from the U.S. Embassy in Iran in 1979, and the effect these images had on my coworkers and me. At the beginning, we had shared the sense, reflected by many people in the world, that the situation would be resolved quickly. As the days and weeks of their captivity dragged on, however, it became obvious that there would be no quick solution, or relief, for those being held prisoner. Even then, however, I don't think anyone, myself, my coworkers, and my circle of friends or the leaders of the nations involved included, had any idea that the situation that would become known as the Iran hostage crisis would last as long as it did, a total of 444 days. During the interviews that followed the freeing of the captives, we began to gain insights into what sustained them for over a year after their ordeal began. A number of the former hostages cited their spirituality and love for their families, both of which gave them hope, as keys to their survival. In a 2012 interview, retired Air Force Colonel Tom Schaefer, one of the 52 American hostages, commented, "My bottom line was that my faith in God and belief in the power of prayer got me through it all." On December 4, 1991, another hostage situation came to a close, as Terry Anderson was released from his captivity at the hands of Hezbollah, a political party in Lebanon, which had begun nearly 7 years earlier. Anderson, who was the bureau chief for the Associated Press in Beirut at the time he was taken, presently has the dubious distinction of being the longest-held American political captive in the Middle East to date. His ordeal of solitude, fear, and resilience lasted for a total of 2,454 days, just under 7 years. In an interview following his release, Anderson attributed his strength and good health to his optimism and a sense of hope. The optimism was that he always believed his captors would spare his life. The hope of the freedom that awaited him when his situation was resolved was the key, he said, to the discipline of taking his captivity hour by hour, an exercise that he called mentally doing time. Hope is more than an unfounded belief or the powerless wish of a better time. Hope is essential for our well-being. In 1991, psychologist Charles R. Snyder, Ph.D., and his colleagues developed the scientific approach to studying the often undervalued role of hope in our lives, known as hope theory. Clarifying the importance of our experiences of hope, cognitive psychologist Scott Barry Kaufman, Ph.D., says, having goals is not enough. Hope allows people to approach problems with a mindset and strategy set suitable to success, thereby increasing the chances they will actually accomplish their goals. It's clear that science is catching up with what people in desperate situations have known intuitively for centuries. Our sense of hope gives us the reason to expect a better tomorrow. The ability to cope in a healthy way. From the late 1970s through the early 90s, I worked in a series of scientific and technical environments during three distinct periods of crisis: the energy crisis of the 1970s, the atomic weapons crisis of the Cold War, and the data compatibility crisis between computer platforms during the late 1980s and early 90s. It was during this part of my life that I had the opportunity to witness firsthand how individuals and groups respond to the stress created by the responsibility of their jobs. From the fuel systems for NASA's Space Shuttle program to the ability of military medical teams in the field to communicate with floating hospital ships hundreds of miles away, in each situation I was involved with, people's lives depended upon the products and services that the companies I represented provided. In each situation and each industry, time and again, I heard my fellow workers say that they had problems coping with the stress of the demands that were being placed upon them. Clearly, beyond the development of the services that we were contracted to deliver, stress was the greatest challenge that each of us faced every day of our careers. On the projects that I supervised, a big part of my responsibility was finding ways to keep my teams healthy and together long enough to complete our assignments. The word that my teams used to describe their experience was overwhelmed. They felt overwhelmed by the magnitude of the project, overwhelmed by how much needed to be done, and overwhelmed by their own doubts regarding their abilities to deliver. We've all felt similarly overwhelmed at some point in our lives, and I don't want to create the impression that there's anything wrong with the feeling itself. If we can accept that our sense of being overwhelmed by anything in life is an indicator of something that needs our attention, the experience itself can be viewed as a positive one that leads to a healthy outcome. Without such a perspective, however, the people on my teams were responding to their experience in ways that were not only unhealthy, but that were actually preventing them from doing their jobs. I began to notice team members taking more sick days, feeling depressed during the time they were in the office, and developing habits of distraction, such as compulsive eating and the increased use of tobacco. Not surprisingly, as we discovered in Chapter 1, these are among the indicators of unhealthy coping responses described by organizations such as the Mayo Clinic, the National Institutes of Health, and others in their research regarding stress management. The following is a composite list of unhealthy coping skills adapted from a cross-section of stress response studies. The symptoms themselves are self-explanatory. And while it's likely that we've all experienced each of these symptoms occasionally in the past with no problem, it's when multiple symptoms become chronic that they're probably telling us our stress has become a concern. A partial list of indicators of unhealthy coping skills. Problems getting to sleep, staying asleep, and sleeping at the right time of day or night. Pain, headaches, and the unconscious clenching of fists, the biting of lips, or tightness in the neck and shoulders. Turning to food when we're not hungry or eating beyond fullness when we are hungry. Feeling depressed, lethargic, and emotionally numb. Crying uncontrollably at unexpected times for no apparent reason. Inordinate responses of anger and negativity. Using alcohol, smoking, and substance abuse to calm down. One of the keys to the success of the team members I worked with was to shift their perspective regarding the project itself and their role in it. They found that by breaking the big picture of their responsibilities down into smaller and more manageable pieces, and by doing their homework and preparing everything that they needed in order to accomplish each of these pieces in advance, they could focus on each job that landed on their desk with much less stress. Not surprisingly, the steps I'm describing are also among the healthy coping mechanisms identified by experts. The following is a representative list of healthy coping skills. Greater detail describing how to implement these skills into your life is available at the websites of groups such as the Mayo Clinic, National Institutes of Health, the Institute of Heart Math, and others. See the resources section at the back of the book. A partial list of healthy coping strategies. Make sure you're healthy. Sometimes a problem in the body can show up during the vulnerability created by stressful conditions. Scale back on your commitments. Learn to say no to offers of more responsibility than you can reasonably handle. Learn to break large jobs into smaller tasks with clear milestones to accomplish. Delegate elements of your tasks in ways that are honoring and empowering to your coworkers, friends, or family members. Exercise on a regular basis. The definition of exercise is changing. Studies have shown that only 10 or 15 minutes a day of constant movement, flow yoga, resistance training, or swimming, for example, relieves the body of circulating stress hormones without kicking up more stress hormones and the type of fat-storing hormones triggered by longer endurance exercises that trick the body into thinking it's in a survival situation. Do your homework and prepare. When we're prepared for our day, we experience less stress over whatever it has in store for us. Avoid stressful situations by preparing for meetings and trips, scheduling your time better, and setting realistic goals. Make sleep a priority in your life. Your body will interpret a lack of sleep as a source of stress. As with any stressful situation, the effects of not getting enough sleep can show up as anxiety reactions, a gain in weight, and periods of crying and anger at unexpected times. Connect with other people. Either professionally, casually, or in combination, social connections offer an outlet to share frustrations, a sounding board for insights and solutions, and the opportunity for other people to help you in ways that they enjoy and are good at. Learn to relieve your stress. There are probably as many ways to relieve stress as there are people who experience it. While yoga, meditation, and massage work for some, taking a walk in nature or having a creative outlet, such as drawing, painting, and making music, works better for others. The key here is to experiment, discover what works for you, and then make this practice a priority in your life. Professional help. Some people are good at finding solutions to stress on their own. Others are more comfortable delving into such intimate experiences with professional guidance. If this is your choice, I recommend an objective and qualified counselor, therapist, or life coach with training in anxiety and stress management. Clearly, our ability to meet the stress of life's challenges by doing things that bring us a sense of well-being is the key to our health and happiness. While our challenges may stem from different sources, the preceding skills apply to any life stressors, because they all depend upon our ability to cope. Strong interpersonal relationships. It's been said that everyone needs a friend. Whether or not we call it friendship, science shows us beyond a doubt that 1. We need human connections in our lives, and 2. Having them is really good for us. As creative beings, we all find ways to have our needs met in one way or another. When it comes to interpersonal relationships, some people are more comfortable interacting in large communities, clubs, and organizations, while others are fulfilled by maintaining a relatively small, intimate group of personal friends. Some people have found that it works to have both. In whatever way we connect and relate, it's a good thing that we do. It's good for our health, as well as for our ability to cope with stressful situations. In the previous example of my coworkers under stress, For example, it was the camaraderie they experienced through their interpersonal relationships on the job, which sometimes deepened into friendships, that provided them the emotional support for coping with the stress of doing the projects. Sometimes just being able to walk over to the desk of a coworker to ask for a fresh set of eyes on a problem is all that it takes to relieve the stress of working with an issue that seems unsolvable. In addition to the benefits of having strong personal relationships in the workplace, studies have shown that they're good for us in life. They're good for our immune systems, for our communication skills, for our self-esteem, and even for our life expectancy. While such benefits make sense intuitively, scientific studies are now confirming factually what we've always sensed about friendship, love, and well-being. In a 2011 report published by the BC, British Columbia, Council for Families, entitled Healthy Relationships, Their Influence on Physical Health, results from a number of studies from a number of disciplines were pulled together to illustrate the impact of the relationships in our lives. In summary, people in relationships provide information, advice, services, and new social contacts to one another, enabling them to discover local and social services and know how to use them more effectively. Relationships provide people with a caring environment. Relationships provide a group identity. Relationships provide a buffer to stress. Relationships provide a purpose for living a healthy lifestyle. Professional studies, such as the ones cited by this report, and the direct sharing from trauma survivors both show that stable and well-functioning relationships help us develop a larger meaning and purpose in our lives. When we have this sense of purpose, we seem to be more motivated to protect ourselves against disease, illness, or injury. Finding a personal meaning in everyday life. One of the greatest factors contributing to resilience in life, yet possibly the least talked about, is the personal meaning that we give to our own existence. This is one of those places where the lines drawn between science, spirituality, religion, and the real world can become a bit fuzzy. Knowing that there can be no definitive answer to what is the meaning of life, each of us is left to develop our own sense of what the world is all about and how we fit into it and where we belong. There are some people who believe we must know the technical stuff, including how life began, to find meaning in each day. The problem in this thinking arises with the sources of the knowledge themselves: science, religion, and direct experience. In the modern world, many people believe these are mutually exclusive ways of knowing. In other words, they feel we must choose only one way, such as science or religion. Although it's not such a popular notion, in reality all three ways of knowing can contribute powerfully to helping us find personal meaning in the bigger picture of life. Science, for example, can objectively confirm the facts that our spiritual teachings and direct experiences are leading us to believe are true. In whatever way we find our answers, it's the significance we find in each moment of each day of our lives that gives meaning to everything else. It's only when we feel that we're part of something bigger than ourselves, and can identify where we fit and how we contribute to this bigger something, that our existence in the world and life makes sense. In the absence of such meaning, the events of life, including our family relationships, our loves, our jobs, careers, joys, disappointments, failures, and successes, all appear random and disconnected from one another and from us. As a friend of mine stated so clearly to me during a conversation about this very topic, in a life without meaning, what would be the point? Whatever we believe is the meaning of our existence, Eleanor Roosevelt may have best summed up the healthy way to think about such things on a daily basis. The purpose of life, after all, is to live it, to taste experience to the utmost, to reach out eagerly and without fear for newer and richer experience. The sixth element of resilience. In addition to the 5 characteristics of personal resilience previously identified in this chapter: self-knowledge, a sense of hope, healthy coping skills, strong interpersonal relationships, and the personal meaning that we find in life, there's a sixth element to creating resilience that's typically not included in the formal studies. Interestingly, however, it's this single element that we find at the core of the most respected and ancient wisdom traditions. It's also the window to the inner realm of our experience that leading-edge scientists now regard as the next great frontier in self-care. The sixth factor of personal resilience is the shift that we can create in our emotions to prepare our bodies for life's extremes in a healthy way. This avenue of resilience lives in the heart. The language of the heart. In our modern world of information overload, speed dating, multiple consecutive double cappuccinos, and the often heard sense that life is speeding up, it's inevitable that our bodies can feel that we're in a constant state of never-ending stress. For our distant ancestors, this response would save them from an angry bear that had camped out in their cave, for example. When they felt that the threat was gone, their emotions shifted and the elevated levels of the stress hormones returned to the normal levels of everyday life. The good news is that when such high levels of stress chemicals are present, we can become superhumans. We've all heard stories of a 98-pound woman successfully tilting a full-size automobile off the ground long enough to save her child pinned beneath, and doing so without first considering if such a feat was even possible. In such cases, the fight-or-flight response is activated on behalf of the child, who would have died without intervention. In these instances, the extra human strength of the mother is attributed to the surge of stress hormones pouring into the body from her feelings of do or die, feelings that originate in her heart. The flip side of the good news is that while the benefits can be helpful during a short period of time, the stress that triggers the surge effectively shuts down the release of other chemicals that support important functions in our bodies. The release of vital chemicals that support growth, immunity, and anti-aging is dramatically reduced during times of fight or flight. In other words, the body can be in only one mode or the other, fight-flight mode or healing growth mode. The key here is that the stress response is designed to be temporary and brief. Clearly, we were never meant to live day in and day out with constant stress as a way of life. Yet this is precisely the situation that many of us find ourselves experiencing today. People who cannot find a release from this kind of stress find themselves in sustained fight or flight mode, with all of the consequences that come with the territory. A quick look around an office or a classroom, or even a glance at our family members over Sunday dinner, confirms what the data suggests. It's not surprising to find that people with the greatest levels of sustained stress are also in the poorest health. The rise in U.S. statistics for stress-related conditions, including heart disease and stroke, eating disorders, immune deficiencies, and some cancers, is less of a surprise when we take into account the relentless stress that many people experience in their daily lives. As mentioned in Chapter 1, the stress from negative emotions increases the levels of stress hormones, such as cortisol and adrenaline in our bloodstreams, which prepare us for a quick and powerful reaction to whatever is causing us stress. The good news is that the same mechanism that creates and sustains our stress responses, often on a subconscious level, can also be regulated to help us relieve the stress in a healthy way, even when the world is in chaos. And we can do so quickly and intentionally. Just the way our hearts send our brains the signals of chaos when we feel negative emotions, positive emotions send another kind of signal to our brains that is more regular, more rhythmic, and more orderly. In the presence of positive emotions, such as appreciation, gratitude, compassion, and caring, the brain releases a very different kind of chemistry into the body. When we feel a sense of well-being, the level of stress hormones in our bodies decreases, while the life-affirming chemistry of a powerful immune system with anti-aging properties increases. The shift between the stress response and a feeling of well-being can happen quickly. Studies documented by the Institute of Heart Math have shown that cortisol levels can decrease as much as 23%, and levels of DHEA, a life-affirming precursor to other vital hormones in the body, can increase 100% if we spend as little as 3 minutes using focused techniques designed to produce such responses. The reason why I'm describing these phenomena in this part of the book is because the techniques that are found to have such benefits upon our health are the same ones that create the resilience in our hearts. This is the key to personal resilience in life. The quality of our emotions determines the instructions our hearts send to our brains. A deeper resilience from within. The human nervous system is an awe-inspiring and intricate network of over 45 miles of living wires, nerves, that carry the effects of our heart-brain conversation to every other part of the body. While scientists have known for quite some time how the messages from the brain travel throughout the body, it was only in the last years of the 20th century that new discoveries revealed precisely where the signals originate. Not surprisingly, the role of the heart is central. Now that we understand what the conversation between our hearts and our brains can accomplish, let's look at the mechanisms that make this conversation possible and how to change the dialogue in healthy ways. It all begins with the resilience that we create within the heart itself. One of the ways of determining our level of resilience is to measure the peaks and valleys of our heart rhythms. While you're likely generally familiar with the printout of your heart's activity during a routine EKG, now commonly known as an ECG or electrocardiogram, during a physical examination, you may not be fully aware of everything that the graph is telling you. The ECG measures the electrical output of the heart. It's completely passive and does not send any electrical information into your body. Rather, it's measuring the electrical signals created by your heart and how those signals are sent throughout your body. A skillful reading of these signals can reveal a tremendous amount of information ranging from the overall condition of the heart itself, to the health of your nervous system beyond the heart and even subtle conditions that may lead to problems at a later time. While the interpretation of heart rhythms could fill an entire book and represents a lifetime of study, I'm describing it here for a specific reason. There's an aspect of the heart that's the key to creating resilience. It's clear that there are repeating patterns of large spikes created by each heartbeat. What's important to our discussion is that the distance from the top of one large spike, called an R wave, to the next is not always the same, it varies from beat to beat. While it may look like the space from one peak to the next is identical, when we measure the intervals we find that the distances between them change. And it's a good thing they do, because this is where our resilience in life begins. The more the time changes between beats, the greater the resilience we have to life and to changes in our world. Because we're measuring the variable distances between heartbeats, the measurement is called just what we'd expect: heart rate variability, HRV. HRV is measured in very small units of time called milliseconds, and the difference between one heartbeat and the next may be a matter of only a fraction of a second. Early in life, we have a high level of HRV. Now that we understand the purpose of HRV, it makes perfect sense that we would. When we are young children, discovering and adapting to our environment, our bodies need a way to adjust to what we find, and to do so quickly. The first time our fingers discover what hot water from the kitchen faucet is all about, for example, or when we find out that not all dogs are as friendly as the one that lives in our house, we need to respond quickly. The heart's capacity to alter its rhythms, our HRV, and send blood to where it's most needed is necessary for our survival. The signal that the heart sends to the brain creates the state described in Chapter 1 as coherence. The beauty of knowing about coherence is that we don't have to guess when it happens. Easy-to-use sensors and software can tell us precisely what level of coherence we're in, as well as help us build the skills for even more coherence. Just to be clear, the heart and brain are always in some state of coherence. In the chaos of daily life and the presence of negative emotions, our coherence levels may be low. Through simple exercises, such as the one at the end of this chapter, we can shift key parameters in our bodies to create higher levels of coherence. There's a direct connection between the HRV in our bodies, our level of coherence, and the resilience we have when facing the extreme changes in our world. The greater our level of coherence, the greater our HRV and our resilience will be. With this in mind, the previous discussion of positive and negative emotions and the role they play in our heart function takes on even greater significance. When we find the emotions that create greater coherence, we create greater resilience as well. More coherence leads to greater resilience. 3 steps to personal resilience. Attitude breathing. I've had the honor of working with the founders, staff, and researchers at the Institute of Heart Math for over 2 decades. In doing so, I've also had the opportunity to share the experiences of life, travel, and the demands of presenting our work together to diverse audiences throughout the world. It's through these experiences that I can now say that the years-long professional relationships have developed into deep and lasting friendships. During my association with EAM, I've seen the real-world expression of early 20th century poet Khalil Gibran's heartfelt observation, "Work is our love made visible." At EAM, love is made visible each day as the founders and staff reveal deeper insights into the power of the heart's intelligence, and the role it plays each day in our lives. While the people at EAM will continue their study of the heart for years to come, we can benefit from what they've discovered so far. In my opinion, among their greatest contributions are the simple and proven techniques of creating heart/brain coherence. See Chapter 1. Through peer-reviewed research, EAM has shown beyond any doubt that 2 factors relate directly to personal resilience in our time of extremes. Our emotions can be regulated to create coherence in our bodies. We can use simple steps to implement this fact in our lives. Working with some of the most prestigious organizations and innovative researchers in the world, EAM has developed a simple system known as attitude breathing that allows us to apply the discoveries they've made in their laboratories easily in our everyday lives. The researchers describe the benefit of this technique, stating, "The heart will automatically harmonize the energy between the heart, mind, and body, increasing coherence and clarity." They've distilled the shift in emotions that creates the greatest levels of coherence into the following 3 simple steps, which are adapted from Transforming Stress by Dr. Childra and Deborah Rosman, 2005. Step 1. Recognize an unwanted attitude, a feeling, or attitude that you want to change. This could be anxiety, sadness, despair, depression, self-judgment, guilt, anger, overwhelm, anything that's distressing. Step 2. Identify and breathe in a replacement attitude. Select a positive attitude and then breathe the feeling of that new attitude in slowly and casually through your heart area. Do this for a while to anchor the new feeling. Examples of unwanted feelings and attitudes: stress, anxiety, sadness or depression, guilt, overwhelm. Examples of replacement feelings and attitudes: breathe neutral to chill out and revitalize. Breathe calm and balance. Breathe ease and peace. Breathe appreciation and non-judgment. Breathe compassion and non-judgment. Step 3. As you breathe a replacement attitude, tell yourself to take the big deal and drama out of the negative feeling or attitude. Tell yourself, take the significance out. Repeat this over and over as you use attitude breathing until you feel a shift or a change. Remember that even when a negative attitude feels justified, the buildup of emotional energy will block up your system. Have a genuine business attitude and heart intent to really move those emotions into a more coherent state. It could take a few minutes of attitude breathing, but it's worth the practice. As you keep practicing, you will start to create new neural pathways, and old trigger attitudes and resistances start to release. Over the years, I've visited with many indigenous families from various cultures throughout the world. As different as their traditions have been from one another, a common theme runs through all of them. That theme is the power of the heart to change our bodies, heal our lives, and create unity in our families and communities. While modern science largely discounted the very essence of such traditions in the past, the results of studies from EAM and other organizations are giving new credibility to the wisdom of our most ancient and cherished spiritual traditions. Although our ancestors certainly didn't use what we recognize as the scientific method to prove what they knew, their techniques of heart-based prayer, meditation, and healing appear to have been firmly rooted in their knowledge of the heart's ability to influence our bodies and our lives. When I began to understand this fact as a young adult, it affected me in two profound ways. The first was that knowing about such relationships made any other discipline I could ever study pale in comparison. After all, what could possibly be more important than unlocking the mysteries of the single organ in our bodies that is designed to connect us with our everyday world and beyond? The second effect was to stimulate my curiosity. If our ancient ancestors were so right about the power of the heart, what else did they know in their own times that we've forgotten in ours? The steps to coherence are as simple as focus, feel, and breathe. Transformation begins with us. It's been said that the United States is a nation of communities. As true as this statement is for America, I believe it's equally true for all nations of the world. Through my research into the world's ancient and indigenous traditions, and the opportunities I've had to share what I've found with audiences on nearly every continent, I've experienced the reality of this statement. From Tokyo to Lima, from Cairo to Bangkok, the biggest cities in the world are made up of many small communities, each able to sustain itself on some levels while needing to interact with other communities at other levels. These huge urban complexes are made of local communities where people with similar heritages, backgrounds, interests, and ways of life have found common ground in their need to connect. On an afternoon stroll through New York City, the difference between Chinatown and Little Italy is pronounced as you make your way from one neighborhood to the other. Yet as different as they are from one another, you're still in the same city. While the community-centered nature of a city may be obvious, it's important to identify it here because of the role that individuals, their states of mind and resilience, play within the community. Psychiatrist M. Scott Peck, M.D., 1936–2005, summed up this idea clearly and logically when he said, "For the reality is that there can be no vulnerability without risk, and there can be no community without vulnerability, and there can be no peace, and ultimately no life, without community." We are communal beings by nature, and living in communities of any size helps us meet our physical, emotional, and spiritual needs, as well as providing us opportunities to lead healthy, joyous, and meaningful lives. Because communities fill so many of our needs, it's not surprising that they also provide a way for us to share our vision of a better world and what it takes to get there. I've known people who have devoted their entire adult lives to their own self-improvement. They've found the ways to heal the hurts of childhood, the abuse from unhealthy relationships, and even the health crises they face in later years that commonly accompany the issues of low self-esteem, poor diet, and loss of personal value. From early in life, they've done all of the work for themselves, yet wonder why the rest of the world doesn't seem to reflect the healthy values they've arrived at in their own lives. This is where the value and the power of community come in. While we can spend a lifetime improving ourselves, and this can be a very good thing, having a community around us gives us a way to carry our work to the next level. In a community, we can share the benefit of our lifetime of work with others who are interested yet have not had the same opportunities that we've had to discover the rich truths of personal power and resilience. While it's always been healthy in the past to find other people willing to learn together and share their innermost values as they pertain to everyday life, today it's vital. In this time of extremes, the resilience that we develop as individuals becomes even more effective, powerful, and potent when it can be applied by our families, friends, and neighbors. When we share our healing insights, we find the answer to the question of what it takes to create a way of life that reflects the values we've discovered through our personal journey. In the foreseeable future, it will be the communities that choose to adapt to the extremes of the new normal that will fare better, meaning, they will be stronger and better able to help others transform their lives in our time of extremes. Chapter 3. Resilient Living. 5 Keys to a Healthy Community. For a community to be whole and healthy, it must be based on people's love and concern for each other. Millard Fuller, founder of Habitat for Humanity. The Ethiopian village of Muti-Iambo had relied upon cattle for their income, their food, and their livelihood for as long as anyone could remember. As climate change began to take its toll on African weather, however, the rains came less often and the Horn of Africa became one of the most drought-stricken areas in the world. Entire herds of cattle were wiped out again and again, and the village was desperate. When a global relief agency offered to retrain the villagers to become agricultural farmers rather than cattle ranchers through a program called Transformational Community Development, TCD, the villagers' reactions were mixed. In the words of one of the agency leaders, "When we started TCD, the number of villagers who were interested to get training was very small. Others considered it a waste of time." With open minds, hard work, and a willingness to shift the thinking of the past, however, everything changed. The trainings began and the success was contagious. When the villagers who were originally reluctant to embrace the change saw with their own eyes how successful they could be growing vegetables in place of raising cattle, they began asking our TCD workers to get this lesson and to start their own agricultural activity, says the leader. The shift is now complete, and the village is now an agricultural community with a healthy economy. And there were unexpected benefits that came with the shift as well. The people discovered that their new economy is even more sustainable than it was before the drought, and they are healthier due to their new diet that provides nutrients on a regular basis. Muti-Iambo is a powerful success story that government leaders are now hoping to duplicate in other villages throughout Ethiopia. It's also a beautiful example of how the personal resilience of a few people willing to change their way of thinking can become the path to transformation for an entire village. The success of Muti-Iambo is a testament to the power of resilience and the role it can play on a larger scale in our communities. What is community? Just as we discovered in the last chapter that resilience has a number of different meanings, the word community means different things to different people as well. For some, the word immediately conjures up images of Woodstock-like gatherings and the 1960s-style communes that were popularized in movies such as Easy Rider, while for others it brings to mind isolated groups of men, women, and children in the rural setting of a self-sufficient village, sharing everything from children and partners to gardening and the chores of daily living. While it's certainly possible that these features may exist in some communities in the world, in most they don't. Today community is more about living, working, and sharing with other people in ways that make life, and bearing life's responsibilities, easier. With this idea in mind, it's easy to see why the types of communities run the gamut of expression. I've known communities made up of 6 to 8 families, for example, that share the common bond of a particular spiritual practice. These families pool their resources so they can buy a series of homes adjacent to one another within the same neighborhood. They are literally next door to one another, and because they're able to share child care, meal preparation, gardening, and the practices that form the core of their spiritual lives while holding down full-time professional jobs. While these particular groups are fully functioning communities unto themselves, they also represent a local branch of a national community made of other groups of families that live in the same way in other parts of the world. Through messages delivered from a central office via fax, email, and Skype, all of the local branches focus upon a common spiritual theme each week, such as compassion or cooperation. In this way they remain active on many community levels at once, from their local spiritual community to the greater neighborhood beyond their immediate community, to their professional communities, and ultimately to their global spiritual community. This is just one example of one kind of community in a world of thousands or more similar communities. So when we try to describe precisely what a community looks like, we find there are as many variations as there are needs and ideas on the part of the people who form them. The reason is because community is all about us. It's about everyday life, and the way we live it. Communities are everywhere. They're in the middle of the biggest cities of the world, and they're also in the middle of the biggest expanses of open and undeveloped land on the planet. A community can be one person living alone on a mountaintop, or it can be a husband and wife and their 2 children living as our next-door neighbors. It can be the retired couple down the block sharing gardening tips with the soon-to-be retired couple across the street. A community can be a room full of people who meet together at the town hall when they need to make a decision regarding taxes, roads, or whether or not to allow drilling for oil in their county. Or it can be an organized group of people who get together to build a home with Habitat for Humanity. A community can be 2 native women bartering for their family's dinner on a sparsely populated island in the middle of Lake Titicaca in Peru, or it can be the mega-community of over 25 million people living, working, and sharing life in the metropolitan area of Seoul, South Korea. So you get the idea. There are countless expressions of the idea of community, as they form in order to fill a variety of needs. As different as the communities may appear from one another in size and scope, however, the glue that holds them together is surprisingly similar. Whether it's a single person or a city of 25 million, 2 keys must be present for any community to be successful. The members of the community share a common vision, a common bond. It's through these 2 qualities that the needs of community members are met. And when a community's needs are successfully met, it is also these qualities that help sustain the community and prepare it for future challenges. Regardless of a community's size or its reason for forming, the existence of a shared vision and a common bond are essential to its success. Not your grandparents' communities. While we're surrounded by communities today, they're often very different from communities as we've known them in the past. In the 19th and 20th centuries, for example, community was often the outgrowth of people who lived close to one another, fulfilling similar needs. Whether it was for food, security, or expertise in building, gardening, or sharing the responsibilities of raising children, people commonly looked to their nearest neighbors for the support they needed in their everyday lives. This has changed in the modern world. In the large high-rise apartments of any major metropolis today, it's not uncommon for 2 families of similar size with children of similar ages to live in the same building, on the same floor, their front doors within feet of one another, and go for years without ever knowing each other's names or even what one another looks like. So while each family still has their needs met when it comes to the convenience of an apartment and city living, their intimate community of support and close-knit friendships may be spread out across miles of concrete and glass buildings, rather than forged with the people who are their closest neighbors. The reasons range from the impersonal nature of computers and cell phones to the mindset of independence that has played such a powerful role in America and the Western world, yet this kind of relationship is clearly not what our grandparents had in mind when they talked about community. Novelist and poet Margaret Atwood described how this dilemma has played out specifically for America, stating, "The United States has promoted individualism so much that the responsibilities of giving to a community, and vice versa, have been trampled by rampant individualism." From an even grander perspective, spiritual teacher Ram Dass has identified both why the impersonal nature of today's community exists as well as the consequences it has brought to our everyday lives. Our inordinate concern with individuality has marked our group identity. "I'm part of the problem," he confesses. "The 60s were about individual freedom, and we threw out the baby with the bath. We're dealing with the effect of imbalance. We're so focused on separateness that we've lost interconnectedness, the inherent gregarious nature of humanity where we need others to give us meaning. The web of violence in this culture is clearly connected to the breakup of these types of systems. I believe there's a lot of truth in what Ram Dass, Margaret Atwood, and a number of other authors and experts have said about the role of community in our lives today. While our communities serve their purpose on the grand scale, in everyday life we've lost a big part of what made our communities so successful in the past, the personal connection of knowing our neighbors and being aware of their lives and their needs. I also believe that this is precisely where our lives are about to change quickly and in a big way. The change is already happening, and it's being driven by our time of extremes. In recognizing the principles that worked for the communities of the 19th and early 20th centuries, we may also discover the clues to where the evolution in community is leading us today. If we can create our future communities based upon the healthy things that worked in the past, yet model them without the drawbacks of the things that didn't work, then we're well on our way to creating new lifestyles that can accommodate the extreme conditions of our time. The term often used to describe such a rekindling of ideas from the past is taken from the popular 1985 movie of a teenager's experience of time travel, Back to the Future. Many people are discovering that the seemingly new ways of thinking and living that work so well today actually represent a step backward to when they were commonplace in times past. We may discover that the steps to our success in our time of extremes are actually the steps that take us back to our own future. In a world of increasingly impersonal and digital relationships, community fulfills our need for personal connection through knowing our neighbors and being aware of their lives and their needs. We are one means we share everything. We hear the mantra and see the words everywhere, we are one. It's written on bumper stickers, silk-screened on t-shirts, printed on glossy book covers, and featured in magazine specials. The words emerged in the late 20th century in recognition of the fact that the human family is just that, one big, diverse family sharing one planet. Beyond the ideologies, politics, cultures, and religions that sometimes tear at our unity and make us feel separate from one another, the fact is, we're a single family unlike any other known to exist anywhere else ever. It's precisely because we are a global family that the problems experienced in one part of the world are rarely limited to that part of the world. While this fact has always been true to some extent, the rise of globalism now makes our oneness the reason why community resilience is the key to our future. When we find ways of thinking and living that work in response to the crises in one part of the world, just as the surrounding villages in Ethiopia clamored for the training that proved to change lives, the same thing happens on a larger scale. It's no secret that we're already a global society. With rare exceptions, such as North Korea's isolation from the rest of the global community, it's fair to say that the boundaries that have separated one country from another have become a bit blurred and are becoming even more so. We no longer live in a world of separate economies, for instance. The financial markets that drive the economy are global and trade continuously 24/7. We also no longer live in a world of isolated technology, energy, defense, or communication systems. The summertime produce found in our supermarkets in the dead of winter is grown on farms half a world away and then flown, shipped, and trucked in on a daily basis. The voice that answers the help number we call at 2 a.m. for technical assistance with our computer is speaking to us, more often than not, from a call center located somewhere on the other side of the world. Clearly, we live in a time when the line that has separated countries, cultures, technologies, and finances in the past is a fuzzy one at best. The 20th century word coined to describe such complex relationships is globalization. In his book The Consequences of Modernity, 1990, sociologist Anthony Giddens, Ph.D., who is perhaps best known for his holistic view of global societies, defines globalization as the intensification of worldwide social relations which link distant localities in such a way that local happenings are shaped by events occurring many miles away and vice versa. Personally, I like the definition offered by sociologist Martin Albrow that identifies globalization as all those processes by which the peoples of the world are incorporated into a single world society. Regardless of how we define it, the ways in which we generally share information, ideas, technologies, goods, services, money, and people have created a world where we are more connected with one another than at any time in history. It's this one world of globalization that's created what can often be a mixed bag when it comes to the big problems of the world and how we deal with them. There are now a number of drawbacks to a globalized world that are becoming clear. In his book Globalization, 2009, Manfred B. Steger, director of the Globalism Research Center at the Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology University, gives us a place to begin exploring such a huge concept. He breaks the effects of globalization into 5 separate yet related categories that offer us a way to honestly think about the pros and cons of each. These broad categories or dimensions of globalization are economic, political, cultural, ecological, and ideological. While each of these affects our ability to live resiliently, there are 2 whose effects are obviously greater than others, a global economy and a global ecology. It's these that I'd like to focus on here. A global economy. The effect of a globally linked economy is a great place to begin a discussion of globalization. For one reason, it's on everyone's minds right now in the first 2 decades of the 21st century. The world is in the throes of an economic crisis the likes of which we've never seen before. As mentioned in an earlier section, the amount of money that the world owes in debt is nearing the break-even point of what the world produces as income. Making matters worse is the fact that the interest on the debt is accumulating in such a way that we are on the fast track for our debt to exceed our income. In other words, as a global economy, we're spending more than we earn. Among the largest economies in the world, including members of the G9 and the G20 nations, the solution has been to create more money to cover the debt in the near term. As described in Chapter 4, one of the effects of such a practice is that the world's money supply is flooded, and the value of the currencies is tremendously reduced. While there are as many opinions as to where the economic crisis is headed as there are experts offering them, one thing is certain: the underlying reason why the whole world is in the same boat is because our economies are so deeply linked through globalization. In a globalized economy, the effects of one troubled economy send ripples throughout the world that affect other economies to varying degrees. This is precisely what the world witnessed with horror in autumn 2008, when it was publicized that some of the world's largest financial institutions owed more money than they had in assets. When financial services firm Lehman Brothers declared insolvency on September 14 that year, an interconnected chain of events was set into motion that continues to this day. As some of the world's largest and most respected institutions, such as Lehman Brothers, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, and the insurance giant AIG, began to do what had previously been thought impossible, to collapse into bankruptcy, the vulnerability of our global economy was quickly realized. In a 2010 interview, Henry M. Paulson, Jr., the former U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, stated, "If the system had collapsed, many Main Street companies of all sizes would not have been able to get short-term financing to maintain basic business operations, to pay their suppliers and employees who then wouldn't have been able to pay their own bills. This would have rippled through the economy, resulting in millions more jobs lost, millions more homes lost, trillions of dollars more in lost savings." Such widespread and devastating effects of the banking crisis could only be possible in a globalized economy. One of the consequences of globalization is that we share everything, including the hardships of an unsustainable economy. A global ecology. Nature and natural resources are not bound by governments, nations, and borders. And it's precisely because of this fact that the most pressing environmental issues we face today are directly linked to globalization. When a local industry relies upon local resources for its needs, such as a specific kind of fish, for example, it's possible to meet that demand in a sustainable way that assures that the resource is not destroyed in the process. But when the same industry tries to meet a demand that has grown hundreds of times larger due to a global market for the fish, it can spell disaster. While larger markets and more customers can definitely be a boon for merchants, the downside is that they can also lead to the damage or loss of entire species if the market is not regulated. The present-day near extinction of the bluefin tuna is a perfect example of what can happen when a local industry goes global. The Atlantic population of the bluefin tuna is found in two primary locations: the western population, which breeds in the Gulf of Mexico, and the eastern population, which breeds in the Mediterranean Sea. Before 1950, there was little interest in the western bluefin as a commercial source of food. For thousands of years, the bluefin in general had been caught using traditional methods and in low quantities that maintained a balance in their populations and supported their migration and breeding. When the Japanese fish market began to skyrocket in the 1960s, however, the thinking regarding the bluefin changed. Suddenly there was a tremendous demand on Japanese fisheries to provide the deep red, sushi-grade meat of the bluefin, not only to their own markets, but also to markets throughout the world. In addition to creating a larger demand for the delicacy, globalization also allowed for the sharing of new large-scale commercial fishing technology, and the international relationships that meet the demand. In 1964, approximately 18,000 metric tons of bluefin tuna were caught off the New England coast, more than had ever been caught in a single year in the past. A 2011 report from the Pew Charitable Trusts reported that the numbers reached as high as 20,943 U.S. tons per year, approximately 19,000 metric tons, in the western Atlantic at one point, a level that could not be sustained, and the population crashed. As of 2011, the catch has dropped to approximately 1,984 U.S. tons. The continued pressure of such catches has now depleted the tuna population in the area by 80%. Even though quotas to protect the tuna were enacted in 1998, lack of enforcement continues to plague the industry. In his research into the role of globalization and the tuna industry, anthropologist Theodore Bester sums up the plight of the tuna in a single sentence, stating, "Sushi has become an icon of Japanese culture, but it has also become an icon of globalization." While the bluefin tuna gives us a specific example of what may happen in the unregulated environment of trying to meet the need of a globalized market through a local resource, this phenomenon is not limited to the tuna. The United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization published a study in 2005 showing that 70% of the species of fish now commercially exploited are already beyond their capacity to repopulate. The global demand for disposable paper products has led to approximately 11 million acres per year of forest that are cut for commercial industries. Ecological globalization refers to additional environmental issues as well. The expansion of what were once local supplies of goods for a few communities into global markets for thousands of communities impacts everything from population growth, access to food, and worldwide loss in biodiversity, to the gap between rich and poor and the human contribution to climate change. The bottom line to these sobering statistics is that the attempt to supply new and emerging global markets from traditional localized resources is not only unsustainable, but causes tremendous hardship when the unsustainable market collapses. Recognition of this fact is the key to the thinking that allows for resilience in our families and communities. Entire ecosystems can be destroyed when the needs of a globally connected market are filled from a limited local source. The bridge to resilience. While we may not know exactly where globalization is leading the world, there is certainly no shortage of opinions about what it's meant so far. In an essay for Newsweek magazine, journalist Thomas Friedman describes how the riots that disrupted the 2009 G20 conference held in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, reflected people's biggest fear for our global economy, that globalization is good for businesses only, and not so good for people. After describing the concerns expressed by the rioters, Friedman shared his belief that globalization didn't ruin the world, it just flattened it. In other words, he was arguing that the opening of global markets and making them accessible to everyone, including our neighbors and small businesses, leveled the playing field in a world that had been skewed in the past. Friedman left no doubt in the minds of his readers as to how he believed that globalization raises the global standard of living and stated on balance, globalization can benefit everyone, especially the poor. While the viewpoints that oppose Friedman's vary in their specifics, in general they argue that it's not the change in the standard of living for the world that the protesters fear. It's more about the evidence showing that huge corporations are gaining more control over our lives and the way we live. Perhaps even more relevant is the fear of the average person being powerless to stop these corporations from doing the things that are good for the bottom line of business, but bad for the human race and the sustainability of life on the planet. Examples of where we see this kind of power emerging today are with the flooding of the markets with genetically modified seeds and foods, and also where corporations are harnessing technology that destroys farmland resources in exchange for the recovery of oil and gas. In both instances, fear is being generated in the hearts and minds of some members of the public that these things are mandated for business, while those most affected have little say in the defense of their homes and lives. Clearly, globalization is a mixed bag. There are certainly some people and industries that have benefited, and some who have not. As globalization stands today, it's not a democratic process, and it's been largely driven by those who benefit from it the most. Just as clearly, it is a fact of life. We've definitely gone global, and there's no turning back. So while there's no doubt that economy, agriculture, and industry now work as global entities, what effect does a globalized world have upon our ability to live resiliently? Drawing upon the best of today's leading-edge science and scholarly expertise, Judith Rodin, president of the philanthropic Rockefeller Foundation, and Robert Garris, managing director of the Rockefeller's Bellagio programs, aimed at identifying solutions to critical global problems, have reported on the role of resilience in the 21st century. They describe how the growing need for resilience as a counterbalancing force to the vulnerability driven by globalization means that development actors must act with greater urgency and sophistication to build the capacities of communities to adapt to change. In other words, they're saying that the need is clear and now is the time for precisely the ideas that are identified in the pages of this book. When we see the principles of such a shift in thought coming from influential institutions, like the Rockefeller Foundation, as well as from grassroots organizations, such as the Post-Carbon Institute, we can be certain that the ideas are more than just a passing fad. Learning to create resilient communities and cities is a trend that's here to stay. The aspects of globalization that connected the world in the past may be destroying the world today. Building blocks of resilience. Globalization in our world has changed everything. It's changed the way we live, the way we work, the way we think, and the way we solve our problems. It's even changed the kind of problems that we're presented with. Judith Rodin encapsulates precisely why we need to think differently when it comes to our communities and cities today. What distinguishes today's threats from those of the past are the escalating rate at which they are occurring, and the growing interconnectedness of our planet. Building resilience is not a luxury. It's a 21st century imperative. I agree with what Rodin is saying, and the obvious question, then, is, how? How do we go from creating personal resilience, as described in previous chapters, to building resilient families and forming resilient communities. Perhaps an even bigger question is, how do we do so in the face of already established systems that people have come to accept as the way things are done? The study of resilient lifestyles and communities is a relatively recent area of research. Some of the first studies to use the word resilience itself were published only in the early 1970s, referencing human illnesses, who gets sick, who doesn't, and how quickly do those who do get sick recover. I've had the opportunity to study many findings from the research of others. I've also witnessed resilience personally in the rural communities of northern New Mexico when conditions of nature and broken economies have created tremendous hardship where I live. I can honestly say that I've yet to find a single theory or method of resilience that holds all the answers that seem to be necessary. Just as there are different kinds of communities that meet the needs of different populations, there are different kinds of resilience and a variety of ways to get there. At the end of this chapter, I'll share some of the resources describing case histories and real-world experiments in creating community resilience. I'd like to begin here with the broad factors that apply to any kind of resilience, from a single family or neighborhood, to a digital community that extends worldwide. One of the best summaries of these factors draws from the expertise of hundreds of scientists and researchers contributing to resilience studies funded by the Rockefeller Foundation. These studies identify 5 key elements of resilience that are general enough to cover nearly any community situation, yet specific enough to give us a place to begin. These core principles are identified as spare capacity, flexibility, the ability to change, evolve, and adapt in the face of disaster, limited or safe failure, which prevents failures from rippling across systems, rapid rebound, the capacity to re-establish function and avoid long-term disruptions, constant learning, with robust feedback loops. When we consider the turning points that will be identified in Chapter 6 and the principles of personal resilience described in Chapter 2, we find that the general theme of the 5 principles of resilience listed above provides an umbrella under which we can adapt and customize according to our personal and community resilience needs. Let's take a closer look at each of these 5 keys and see how it fits into the turning points within our communities. Spare capacity. There's a big difference between having our needs in the moment met easily, and thoughtfully planning ahead so the same can be true for the future. There is also a powerful difference between planning responsibly for the realities of life, and hoarding frantically at the last minute to compensate for a lack of planning. When it comes to our time of extremes, we're witnessing both of these scenarios. I've met people who believe we're heading toward a world that reflects the worst-case scenarios portrayed by cable television documentaries. These are frightening images that remind me of the classic 1979 movie Mad Max, showing a post-apocalyptic world after climate change, war, and the end of oil. I've also known people at the opposite end of the spectrum, who have found the seemingly endless supply of fresh fruits, vegetables, and household products at their neighborhood market so reliable that they believe things will always be this way and count on an ever-constant availability of produce and other food for each and every meal. They've become so accustomed to finding what they need on demand that they feel there's no reason to plan any further ahead than the day of the meal. Clearly, I like the idea of eating the freshest fruits and vegetables possible, and enjoy daily trips to the market when I can. The concern here is the issue of what happens if the supply isn't available. How long can these people, or any of us, care for and nourish ourselves and our families with what we have today in our kitchen cabinets? As creatures of habit, we tend to reflect the way we lived life at a particular time in our past. Once a habit is in place, we often give the idea of changing it very little thought. This is where the resilient principle of spare capacity comes in. In our time of extremes, we're finding that things simply don't work as reliably as they may have in the past. What was once the rare interruption of basic services, such as electricity and full grocery shelves, is becoming commonplace. The reasons range from freak storms, high winds, and deep snow to the economic realities of downsized workforces, shorter workweeks, and fewer stocks of available goods. Following are some examples of such interruptions. Electricity in the United States is becoming less reliable, following a trend that began 15 years ago. A study published by Masoud Amin, Doctor of Science, Director of the Technological Leadership Institute at the University of Minnesota, states, since 1995, electrical grid power outages have steadily increased as R&D in new technologies steadily decreased. Among the increasingly apparent effects of extreme weather are temporary disruptions of vital supplies to local markets. Brooklyn, New York, in winter 2010 is a perfect example. For nearly a week, supply trucks simply could not get to the grocery stores that needed replenishing. A quote reported at the time by a local media source summed up the city's dilemma. 3 days. No deliveries. You see, all the shelves are empty, said a store clerk. After Hurricane Sandy slammed into the eastern seaboard of the United States, 8 million homes in 17 states lost electricity. The rationing of gasoline at service stations in New York City lasted for 15 days. In February 2011, as temperatures dropped to a record 36 degrees below zero, a state of emergency was declared in northern New Mexico. The natural gas used to heat homes and farms was shut off without warning due to rolling blackouts that were an attempt to address the increased demand for power. Extreme weather conditions are catching multiple communities and entire regions unprepared. The effects are devastating, and the disruption of services can last from a few days to many months. Because we're living in a time of such extremes, the resilient principle of spare capacity makes more sense than ever. It makes sense to expect periodic and temporary disruptions in the services that we've taken for granted for so much of our lives. Far from the dismissive labels of commando and preppers that have been used to describe people who take such precautions, to create spare capacity is now a reasonable choice that reflects the facts of a changing world. To do so is simply responsible. We're surrounded by wonderful models of spare capacity in nature. When the weather is good and food is plentiful, we see squirrels, for example, finding what they need for their daily nutrition. This is like us going to the neighborhood market every day because we can. We also see the same squirrels taking extra food and putting it away for the proverbial rainy day, the cold months when they instinctively know that food will become less available. We see something similar with bears and other forms of life that instinctively add to their body weight in the good times to sustain themselves when the times are not so good. This is the equivalent of us creating spare capacity by stocking up on a few of the essentials that we rely upon every day, just in case there's a day when we can't get them. In nature, we don't see these animals in a chaotic and last-minute frenzy, fighting tooth and nail out of fear of scarcity. They don't need to, because they've created the spare capacity in their lives that mirrors the reality of their world. Flexibility. Whether we're talking about our lives or our communities, when it comes to creating resilience, the principles of flexibility and change go hand in hand. In the 6th century BC, the Greek philosopher Heraclitus observed the role of change in our lives, stating, "There is nothing permanent except change. Nothing is permanent except change. The only constant is change. Change is the only constant. Change alone is unchanging." Saying the same thing in 5 different ways, he leaves little doubt in our minds as to how he sees the role of change in our lives. His famous words are often shared today in an abbreviated form. Science fiction writer Isaac Asimov carried Heraclitus's wisdom one step further in the 20th century, when he said, "It is change, continuing change, inevitable change, that is the dominant factor in society today." No sensible decision can be made any longer without taking into account not only the world as it is, but the world as it will be. When the reality of constant change is factored into our plans for resilience, it's easy to see the advantage of being flexible as well. It's our willingness to accept that the plans we've made, based upon what we knew to be true when we made them, are subject to change at a moment's notice. Our flexibility to adapt to unexpected conditions, and then improvise and go to Plan B, is one of the strongest links we can create in our chain of resilience. The potential tragedy-turned-success of the Apollo 11 mission, not only once but twice, is a perfect example. 2 times during the first manned mission to the Moon, the plans that had been carefully thought out by the experts, that had been in place for years, and that had been described in the training manuals down to the smallest detail had to change at the last minute. The reason? The situation changed. The key to averting tragedy in the face of the change was flexibility. On the first mission to the Moon, one of the most important factors was the total weight that the spacecraft could carry. The men, their spacesuits, their food, their equipment, and their fuel were all carefully weighed and kept to an optimal capacity to ensure the safety of the crew and the mission's success. Only a slim margin of error was built into the plans that could mean the difference between success and failure, life and death. As the astronauts in the lunar module approached the spot for their first landing, they could see that a field of boulders made it more dangerous than it had appeared on the radar screens and survey photos. In a last-minute decision, pilot Buzz Aldrin aborted the planned landing site in search of a safer place. As Mission Control nervously witnessed this unanticipated chain of events, Eagle, the lunar lander, found a smoother area and landed successfully with only 15 seconds of fuel remaining. When the astronauts were ready to return to the orbiting module and come back to Earth, they noticed that a backpack had accidentally broken off the only ignition switch that could restart the engines. Once again, flexibility was the key. Thinking as a problem-solving engineer, Buzz Aldrin inserted the tip of a ballpoint pen into the base of the broken switch, allowing him to manually start the engines that would lift him and the crew from the surface of the Moon. While the flexibility to change our routines will probably never carry the magnitude of consequences that the first astronauts experienced on the Moon, nonetheless we'll all be faced with situations where our willingness to embrace unexpected changes and make the best of a situation can save our lives, or those of others. In creating resilience for natural disasters, for example, there is often the need for multiple contingency plans, backup plans for the backup plans, to be used in the event that the conditions of nature prevent the first plan from working. Always realize you may encounter situations and circumstances that challenge the best plans, says Robert Cherry, MD. He should know. Speaking of his personal experience at a Level 1 trauma center in New York City after September 11, 2001, he saw firsthand what can happen when the situation doesn't fit the plan. We felt the trauma center was prepared for disasters, until we found things that we simply hadn't planned for. As well prepared as the hospital was, the teams discovered problems with the contingency plans, including limited resources of staff, equipment, communications, and fuel. They discovered, for example, that the fuel supply for the backup generators was designed to last for only 36 hours. These were the generators that powered the life-saving and life-sustaining equipment for the trauma victims. What if there was no additional fuel after that time? Dr. Cherry's experiences from that period led him to develop new programs at Penn State College of Medicine that now train people to be resilient in precisely such situations. Dr. Cherry sums up the role of flexibility in extreme situations. You have to adopt an emergency plan that allows for change because it is impossible to adapt an inflexible plan during an emergency situation. Limited or safe failure. During one of my first assignments as a software engineer in the defense industry, I asked my customer a question that led both of us to rethink our entire approach to a problem. If this program was to fail, I asked, and it started to lose information, how much could you afford for it to fail? How much data are you willing to lose? The question opened the door to our discussion of a way of thinking called limited failure. For an engineer, the idea of limited failure is common when it comes to a system or piece of equipment that's so vital to the success of a mission that it's actually called mission critical. If the component fails, for any reason, the idea is to find a way to prevent its failure from ending the entire mission. For my client, before our conversation, his idea of failure and success had been black/white, either/or. Something either worked or it didn't. Discovering that it was possible for his software to break down, yet for the overall program to continue with a limited failure, was a new way of thinking, one he welcomed. The thinking with respect to limited failure has been very much a part of scientific endeavors in America's space program. When NASA sent the first unmanned spacecraft to the surface of Mars, for example, its power system was considered to be mission critical. No matter how successful everything else on the mission was, if the spacecraft had no electricity, the mission was over. To ensure the mission's success, the engineers built backup power systems. But they didn't stop there, they built backups to the backups as safeguards called redundant backup systems. By creating alternative systems that could kick in during a power failure, the engineering team had stacked the deck of success in their favor by minimizing the effect that a failure would have for the rest of the mission. It's this idea of limited failure that comes into play when we think of resilience as well. When it comes to resilience in our communities, the idea of limited failure is a powerful tool that goes a long way toward creating peace of mind. I've spoken to families in rural areas of America, for example, who proudly announce that they have a backup well to supply water in the event the municipal water system breaks down. They feel that their backup well helps them be prepared for hurricanes, tornadoes, and unforeseen extremes. They commonly forget, however, that to get their backup water, they need electricity to run the pump that brings it to the surface. My question to them becomes, if the power goes out, how long can you be without your well? Their answer to the question tells them when they should be thinking about limited failure, in this case, a backup source of electricity for their backup source of water. Although I've described physical systems to illustrate what I mean by limited failure, the idea also applies to the way we live our lives. We can create plans to limit failure in the event of job loss, family financial shortages, and even loss of communication with the people closest to us. Rapid rebound. The thinking underlying rapid rebound is precisely what the name suggests, our ability to resume function if something has been disrupted, and to do so in a way that serves us. This applies to human emotions and psychology, as well as physical systems such as power, water, and food. As mentioned previously, we humans are definitely creatures of habit and routines. When our routines are interrupted for any reason, one of the most important factors for our emotional well-being is how quickly we can re-establish them in some form. We find this to be true in circumstances that range from people who have been in captivity for long periods of time and those who find themselves lost in the wilderness, to people stranded on deserted islands or confined to tiny lifeboats lost at sea. From real-life accounts after the fact, where people have survived under such unnatural conditions, we learn that one of the first things they attribute their survival to is their ability to create routines that give meaning to each day. In an interview, one of the Iranian hostages mentioned in the previous chapter said that even in the small cell where he was kept isolated from the other hostages, he developed a daily routine of physical exercise, prayer, sleep, meals, and mental games that helped him rebound from the shock of being taken captive. I've personally witnessed the need for such routines following devastating snowstorms that leave entire mountain regions isolated, and in the aftermath of Hurricane Sandy, which left miles of the Atlantic coastline looking like a war zone. 1 week after Sandy left homes, businesses, and neighborhoods in rubble, I was scheduled to speak at a conference in New Jersey that I felt certain would be cancelled. To the contrary, the promoters opted to go forward with the weekend seminar to build a sense of normalcy, the rapid rebound for people who had lost so much in the storm. We discovered that the hotel where the event was held was one of the few that had a full complement of electricity, hot showers, phones, and meals, all of which would still be absent in some communities as long as 5 months later. Rapid rebound is the key either to getting back to the old normal or to establishing a new normal to meet the new conditions of a changed world. Constant learning. Each of the previous elements of resilience is only useful to the degree to which it works in people's lives. Whether we're talking about a single family of 4 people living under one roof or many families in a digital community dispersed across an entire city, the key to success is the principle of feedback in learning. It's only possible to find out what works and what doesn't through feedback from people in the situation that's requiring them to be resilient. Formally or informally, it's good to identify mechanisms for your community's feedback. These can be as simple as a casual phone call or email to let an organizer know of your experiences, or as formal as an organized meeting designated for a specific time and day. The key is that the way in which the feedback happens must be something that's easy and works for everyone. When we learn these lessons, then we discover for ourselves and our communities what to do more of, what to do less of, and how little things may be tweaked one way or another to become a real help. A proven model for community resilience includes the principles of spare capacity, flexibility, limited failure, rapid rebound, and constant learning, feedback. Principles of resilient communities. The idea of purposefully building communities of resilience is not a new one. Visionary individuals and groups of like-minded people have been working informally since the 19th century to find ways of living that are functional, are sustainable, and reflect the common values that bring the group together. As you can imagine, there are probably an infinite number of reasons for communities to form, and this fact is reflected in the number of communities that have come and gone over the years. The community of Fairhope, Alabama, for example, was originally founded in 1894 and based upon a system of taxes that worked for everyone in the community. Rather than owning their farmland outright, the members leased the land for 99-year terms, as do some Native American communities today. In this way, the land is used effectively by individuals and families during their lifetimes, yet stays in the community when the owners can no longer use it. The only tax in the Fairhope community was a land tax that paid for schools, roads, and community government. The vision that brought Fairhope together over 100 years ago continues to this day to sustain a small, successful, and thriving community. Other communities are based upon core principles that vary from spiritual values to simple living and the desire to raise children in a communal environment. Examples of successful communities founded in the 20th century that remain alive today include the Findhorn Foundation, established in 1962 in Scotland, Ononda Village, founded in 1968 in California, and various other ecovillages. As different as the specific reasons why these communities formed may be, common threads have led to their continued success. In 1992, the Burkina Institute was founded as a think tank for innovation when it comes to resilient living. In her own words, co-founder Margaret J. Wheatley describes the Institute's function. Since 1991, we have been learning from living systems, about how to create systems that are interdependent, adaptive, and resilient. Everything we have done has been a conscious experiment to better understand two of life's robust capacities: self-organization, life's process for creating order, effectiveness, without control, and emergence, life's means for creating system-wide change, taking things to scale. While there are many pioneering organizations now exploring what it means to live in community resilience, I'm sharing the example of Burkina here for two reasons. First, in addition to my training as a scientist, I'm also a realist. My scientific training tells me that nature is simple, the laws of nature are simple, and they exist because they work. Nature surrounds us, and if we have the wisdom to recognize what works for all other forms of life on the planet, it will probably work for us as well. And this is the core of the Burkina philosophy. It begins with the belief that the community has within itself the intelligent systems that hold the key to solving its own problems as they arise. Briefly, these principles state that every community is filled with leaders. Whatever the problem, community itself has the answers. We don't have to wait for anyone. We have many resources with which to make things better now. We need a clear sense of direction, and we need to know the elegant, minimum next step. We proceed one step at a time, making the path by walking it. Local work evolves to create transformative social change when connected to similar work around the world. Second, while spiritual, economic, social, and political values have formed the core of many alternative, intentional, and resilient communities in the past, another factor is triggering the development of new and larger communities today. The surge of new community growth has come from the sense that someday we'll need what they've discovered to replace today's unsustainable ways of living that are sure to fail. When we take into consideration the effects of climate change, globalization, and the impact of other extremes described in previous chapters, it appears as if that time may have arrived. A template for community resilience. It's been commonly said that every journey begins with a first step. The corollary to this statement, which is heard less, is that it's what happens to get us to the first step that's often the hardest part of the journey. Our willingness to recognize the need, our choice to make a positive shift, our promise to commit to the work it takes to see it through, and the discipline that such a journey requires give credence to this statement. Formally or informally, every resilient community must begin somewhere. I recommend using the philosophy described by the Burkina Institute as a template to start the process. If you and the members of your prospective community can honestly agree that these principles work for you, then you're already beginning your journey on the same page and you already have the foundation of a solid philosophy to base your next steps upon. When it comes to creating a successful and resilient community, the key is to build the necessary principles into the model itself. One of the ways to do this is to holistically create each step with these ideas in mind rather than trying to retrofit them as an afterthought. In other words, these ideas must be considered in a way that works for the community. This can range from a formal set of written declarations describing the levels of community purpose and development, to a casual conversation and agreement between two families that accomplishes the same thing and ends with a handshake. The real key is that the steps must work for everyone. The following steps offer a template of guidelines that every resilient community must develop for itself, either formally or informally. 1. Identify the needs of your community. Why have you chosen to come together? Identify the common need that you hope to fulfill through your shared efforts. 2. Identify the vision of your community. Identify the goal or goals of your community, what success will look like, and how you will know when you get there. Some things to consider include, are your goals specific and designed for a one-time need, or are they designed to become a way of life? Are your goals sustainable, and can they be accepted by the greater community or society at large? Be specific about what you hope to accomplish and the milestones that tell you when you're successful. 3. Identify your plan. Identify the steps that lead to accomplishing your goals. Determine realistic timelines, and assume roles and responsibilities to accomplish each step of the plan. 4. Communicate. Identify a way to share thoughts, ideas, feelings, and concerns that will inevitably arise with any community process. This can be as informal as an agreement to share such concerns when they come up or as formal as a specific time to meet for just such a purpose. In this way, the community is constantly informing itself of what works, what doesn't, and where there's need for a rethinking of the methods and processes. This is an example of the kind of template that you may want in order to get your community up and running. It's intentionally general in nature so that it may be used for nearly any kind of community. Now that we have the template, the best way to see how these principles work in the real world is through case histories. Having lived in a number of rural communities, as well as some of the largest urban areas in the United States, I've had the opportunity to witness firsthand various communities in action. I've also had the opportunity to see what works and what doesn't when it comes to a group of people trying to apply what they've learned in small communities on a larger scale. The minimum framework for successfully building a resilient community has been found to include 1. Identifying why your community is forming, 2. Identifying the common vision for your community, 3. Identifying your community plan, and 4. Identifying how your community will communicate feedback. Self-reliance versus self-sufficiency. When it comes to resilience in a community, two terms that often come up in conversation are self-sufficiency and self-reliance. Although the principles that I'm sharing in this book emphasize the more community-friendly ideas of self-reliance, I'd like to clarify the differences underlying each term. Self-sufficiency is both a way of thinking and a way of living that strives for some aspect of complete autonomy. In its purest form, people living self-sufficiently would create everything they needed for all aspects of their day-to-day life, and consume only what they are able to create and provide for themselves. Clearly this is not practical in our modern world, and probably not even desirable. It's precisely because of the benefits that we find in a diversified community that we discover the power of group self-reliance. Alternatively, self-reliance is a way of thinking and living where we learn to do as much as we can for ourselves while integrating our strengths and skills in complementary ways with others in our community. We can learn the skills of gardening and food preparation for ourselves and our family, for example, a form of self-reliance that's healthy for our bodies and frees us from commercial and store-bought foods. At the same time, we can share what we've learned, and grown, over the dinner table with friends in our community. In doing so, our self-reliance gives us the ability to share with others from a place of strength rather than need. While this may seem like a simple example, you get the idea of what I'm saying here. We can learn to be self-reliant within the context of our larger community. As a point of clarity, there are certainly levels of self-sufficiency that fall between complete autonomy and community self-reliance. A self-sufficient source of energy for a family home is an example. I've met families who have been able to accomplish energy self-sufficiency through a combination of renewable sources ranging from passive and active solar farms to wind generators, and so on. So while they've made a choice to become energy independent for themselves, rather than being isolated survivalists living in fear, they've done so from the choice to be self-reliant. It's this choice, as well, that allows them the capacity to be there for others if the need arises. The point here is that the benefit of community is the point. When it comes to creating resilience in the face of our rapidly shifting world of extremes, nature shows us that working to blend our skills, knowledge, and talent stacks the deck of success in our favor. The key is that we must have a plan when we work together. This is where our template of resilience comes in. Perhaps the hardest part of building a resilient community is knowing where and how to begin. Some communities form after the fact following a devastating event such as the wildfires that have raged in recent years in America's desert Southwest, Australia, and the forests of Italy. In these instances, the need to recover from their frightening and devastating experience brings neighbors together in community. There are other resilient communities that form before the need actually arises. While the members hope they never face the fury of hurricanes, tornadoes, wildfires, or floods, these realities are built into their community plan. They're already resilient to our time of extremes. For either kind of community, the steps are similar. Using the 4 steps identified in the template for community resilience offered in the previous section, let's consider a community based upon a real-life situation. In this way we can illustrate precisely how such a community is formed. Building a community. I've seen beautiful communities form, only to disband at a later time, for a number of reasons. The irony of living in places that are an hour from the nearest grocery store and acres away from your nearest neighbor is that the people who choose such a lifestyle typically do so precisely because they don't want to be involved with other people. They don't particularly want to be part of an organized group, a community association, a road association, or any kind of association. So while rural communities are sometimes the most difficult places to get people to work together, it's in doing so that they can find the strength to preserve the very qualities of the land and the way of living that have attracted them to rural life. I'm sharing this observation because it was through organizing and participating in precisely such a community in the early 1990s that I had the opportunity to witness the results of developing a community resilient to a number of changes that were threatening its way of life. Every community begins with a reason to come together. In the case of my community experience, it was the threat of losing the rugged beauty and rural lifestyle that had drawn the people to the area to begin with. In the early 1990s, real estate developers from out of state had come into the remote wilderness of north-central New Mexico in search of land for development. As they drove for miles seeing only sparse homesteads, ranches, and thousands of acres of undeveloped wilderness, to their eyes the land that was our home looked like wasted potential. The developers proposed building homes, hundreds of them, along with a shopping mall, 2 full-size golf courses, and a medical facility on our community's land. And to make the area more accessible to their development, they also proposed the expansion of a small community airport, the widening of existing roads, and the building of new ones. Clearly, my informal community of ranchers, farmers, gardeners, beekeepers, carpenters, and artists was in danger of losing the pristine beauty that made our way of life possible. We needed to organize. On the night of our first meeting, we sat in a circle of chairs that had been provided by the local volunteer firehouse, looked at one another across the room, and asked the only question we could: now what? That question set into motion one of the most powerful, motivational, and successful communities that I've experienced in my life. And from the original community that rose up in response to the threat of the developers, new communities were also formed to create resilience in the face of a number of threats and changes that are unique to such a rural lifestyle. So while the needs may vary, the principles that worked for us can work for any situation where people want to build security for themselves and their children in a community environment. In our example, this is how it was done. Step 1. Identify the needs of your community. In the example of my rural mountain community, we began by stating our common needs: to preserve the open spaces, beauty, and unspoiled nature of the wilderness that we'd chosen for our homes. Step 2. Identify the vision of your community. Once we were clear on what we wanted to happen, the next step in our planning was to create a vision of how we wanted the needs we'd identified to be met, and what the success of our vision would look like. This is always an interesting process that ignites the imagination with many possibilities, some more likely to become reality than others. Yet I've found that in addition to helping a community move into the process of working together, it's this step, perhaps more than any other, that opens the floodgates of communication and a deep sharing of people's thoughts, attitudes, experiences, loves, and desires for themselves and their families, particularly their children. In our case, we followed the guidelines of community building and became very specific very quickly. We stated that the community was being formed to fill a one-time need, or so we thought, to preserve the land and the way of life that we cherished. We felt that we could accomplish as an organized group with a voice what we could not as individuals, by periodically working together on one aspect of the problem or another. Step 3. Identify the plan. During this step in the process, we got down to brass tacks by naming specific action items. As is to be expected in any group dynamic, some people were vocal and bubbling with ideas, while others sat quietly, listening and chiming in only when they felt they could contribute in a meaningful and useful way. I believe it's fair to say, for everyone in our community, that we were pushed to the edge of our comfort zones, and maybe a little beyond, as we made commitments and accepted responsibilities for the steps that would need to happen to ensure the success of our plan. While we all wanted the same thing, to preserve our way of life and the beauty of our valley, we quickly discovered that we were basing our goals on the emotions of our attachment to the land. As a geologist, I offered to take our efforts one step further and base our case on the availability of groundwater. The magnitude and scale of the development being proposed would require huge amounts of water, which is an increasingly rare resource in the arid deserts of the Southwest. My role was to develop a factual assessment of the groundwater in the area, including the size of the reservoir, the thickness of the aquifer, and how many years it takes for the winter snow to percolate through the rock and recharge our water table. Using maps from the United States Geological Survey of the geology and water wells in the area, our community worked together to build a solid case. We presented evidence that the groundwater levels could not sustain the proposed development, as well as the data showing how the proposed development would compete for irrigation water all the way to the Texas border. Step 4. Communicate. Staying in touch with members of a community while you're working toward a specific goal is the key to coordinating everyone's efforts. Because our community was so geographically spread out, we had to be especially creative in the ways that we communicated. We agreed to meet on a weekly basis for nearly 8 weeks to put our arguments together. During that time, we shared phone numbers, fax numbers, and physical addresses, information that can be hard to come by in rural areas. Members met over coffee, tea, family dinners, and late-night cookie feasts. And when all was said and done, our informal community of people who had reluctantly joined together to save their way of life became a close-knit community involving friendships that continue to this day. One morning, just a few short months after we came together for the first time, I drove with 4 community members 3 hours to New Mexico's capital, Santa Fe, and met with one of the state senators who would help us present our case. I shared the groundwater assessments, the maps we'd created, and the impact that the proposed development would have upon communities throughout the state. The rest, as they say, is history. The state of New Mexico did not grant the permits the developers needed to proceed with their plans, and our valley has remained intact ever since. What does it take? I've shared the story of how a mountain community had to organize in order to illustrate how a real-life community can follow the template for resilience. In the case of the mountain community that I was part of, the members discovered a new strength within themselves as they got to know one another. And while the community was created at first for a specific purpose, it continued in various forms long after the original goals were met. It's because of the strength and diversity the members found among themselves that the relationships persisted even as the community faced new challenges beyond the ambitious land developers. These included evacuations during wildfires, aid in reaching stranded livestock during record-setting snowfalls that made the dirt roads impassable, and floods that washed away entire roads and kept some people away from their homes for weeks as the snow melted. As we've seen in the previous sections, resilience is as much a state of mind as it is a way of life. It's about being willing to honestly embrace the immediate realities that we face in our everyday lives and to act responsibly to meet the conditions of those realities. Our mountain community coming together to preserve a way of life is one example of how a community can form and what it can accomplish. In our case, we found the knowledge, methods, and relationships that helped us in a specific instance. And in doing so, we created a process and reservoir of skills that we can now draw upon in future times of need. Our community became resilient to the things that threatened our way of life. As we'll see in the following chapters, there are actions we can take immediately that will lead to the transformation of our own neighborhoods. The world is changing. It makes tremendous sense to adapt to the changes rather than fight them, and to do so alongside our friends and neighbors as we build healthy, resilient, and thriving communities. What is your threshold? When we talk about resilience in general, one of the first questions that comes to mind is, resilience to what? What is the actual force or condition that we are shifting our thinking and lifestyle to accommodate? It's a simple question and one that makes a lot of sense. The answer is simple as well. We're learning to become resilient to the world we've created. It's in precisely understanding what this answer means, and what it is that we've created, that we can begin to build the resilience that makes sense according to our specific needs. When you consider creating a resilient community, the first question to ask yourself and other potential members is, what would we like our resilience to address? To get to the bottom of what this can mean, I invite you to consider the following. 1. What are the elements of your physical surroundings that you consider an absolute necessity in the short term, from a few hours to 3 days? 2. What are the elements of your physical surroundings that you consider an absolute necessity in the long term, from 3 days to 2 weeks, or more? Different people have different thresholds of what they feel they can and cannot live without. This is especially true in times of crisis when we're often frightened, caught off guard, and unprepared. For instance, people will generally say that they can do without electricity for a brief time, ranging from a few hours to a few days. For young people, such an experience can even seem like an adventure. During the time when the luxuries of life such as electricity are no longer available, the use of backup sources of light, such as lanterns, flashlights, and candles, will generally get people through the nights, and propane and natural gas will often sustain them for cooking and heat. Beyond this time, however, most people seem to need more. This is the time for long-term strategies to kick in. The key here is to ask yourself what these questions mean to you. What is your threshold? Your answer will point you in the direction of what resilience means for you in a time of extremes. The way you answer these questions is your tip-off as to when you need to seriously consider measures that can assure you and your family of a sense of normalcy when faced with the vulnerability of extremes. In other words, your answer will be the key to know when to store extra food in your pantry, and what kind and how much. Only you can know for yourself when it's time to consider a backup source of power and whether yours needs to be a full-size generator to run your house or a large battery to power the lights in your living room. While we sometimes feel reluctance, or even resistance, to putting our energy into thinking about such things, in view of the facts shared in this book and other sources of news and information, it actually makes perfect sense. Community resilience, it just makes sense. The introduction of this book, as well as the next chapter, Chapter 4, identify the rare conditions of climate, debt, population, and energy that are converging as a period of extremes and vulnerability in our lives. In light of the specifics, there can be little doubt regarding just how volatile things have become, and in all likelihood will remain for the foreseeable future. It's precisely the certainty of so much uncertainty that gives even greater meaning to a culture of resilience. For example, it's because we're living amidst what the World Economic Forum's Global Risks 2013 report, detailed in Chapter 4, called the perfect storm of conditions that it makes sense to expect volatility in places where life has been smooth sailing in the past. It's because climate change and a warming of the world's oceans is a fact that it makes sense to expect record-setting extremes in rainfall and snowfall, sizzling summers, and frigid winters. It's because the world's economies are weakened and fragile that it makes sense to expect cutbacks in manufacturing and the loss of jobs in supporting industries. It's because the already reduced workforce and extremes in climate have placed a strain on the supply chain of services, food, and necessities that it makes sense to expect temporary disruptions in their availability. It's because these extreme conditions, and others, are converging in our lifetime that the choice to create a resilient community is also the turning point from simply surviving change to thriving through the change. Just as we've seen with the turning points described previously, we now have two possible ways to deal with the reality of a shifting world that has unexpectedly arrived on our doorstep. We can choose either to 1. Discount the facts that tell us the world has changed, and that we need to think and live differently, leaving ourselves and our families vulnerable to the new conditions. Or 2. Be honest with ourselves about the volatility that comes from the convergence of extremes, and learn to adapt our thinking and ways of life to minimize the negative impacts of the change. With both choices, resilience plays a powerful role. In the first choice, we find a way to become resilient after the fact, after the crises of the superstorms, back-to-back tornadoes, record-setting floods and droughts, and the seemingly endless wildfires catch us surprised and unprepared. In the second choice, we can live resiliently, in a way that makes room for such changes in our lives. Our answer to a single question makes all the difference in our experience. It changes the way we've lived and the way we've been taught to think about ourselves and our security. It's also the foundation for developing a new way of living. That question is, in our time of extremes, what can we do to make our lives better? By the year 2050, only 36 years from the initial publication of this book, it's estimated that 75% of the world's population will be living in urban environments and large cities. 50% does already. As the factors that contribute to our time of extremes continue to unfold, a shift in the way we build our cities and live our lives will, by necessity, be a part of that shift. When we take these factors into consideration, the conclusion is clear: adapting our lives to meet the uncertainties of a world of extremes is like packing what we need as we begin a journey to a place we've never been. Just as it makes sense to begin any journey with the things necessary to maintain our daily routines, community resilience in our time of extremes makes good sense. A growing number of community leaders are recognizing this fact and beginning to act accordingly. One of the innovative projects that has emerged from leaders recognizing our time of extremes is the 100 Resilient Cities Centennial Challenge, an opportunity to build proven strategies of resilience into 100 cities, using projects that will be selected through a nomination process ending in 2015. The stated goal of the challenge is making people, communities, and systems better prepared to withstand catastrophic events, both natural and man-made, and able to bounce back more quickly and emerge stronger from these shocks and stresses. Additional projects to create resilience on the larger scale of cities and beyond include Philadelphia's Reinventing Older Communities conferences, the San Francisco Planning and Urban Research Association, SPUR, Project the Resilient City, and the Municipal Art Society of New York's Resilience Agenda. The transformation of societies, cultures, and everyday life that has been envisioned by so many people for such a long time will come about only in response to a need that is shared across the board. From urban families and mom-and-pop businesses, to the home offices of global corporations, research institutions, and universities, we all need a society that works for us. The building of resilient communities on the scale of cities is an opportunity for just such a transformation. This is where the ideas of resilient community and the principles described in books like David Gershon's Social Change 2.0, Dwayne Elgin's Voluntary Simplicity, Lester Brown's Plan B series, Edmund Bourne's Global Shift, and others, see resources, can become invaluable roadmaps on our journey of transformation. For us to benefit from the kind of transformation envisioned in such forward-thinking projects, however, there is a key element that must first be firmly in place: we must begin by being honest with ourselves about why there is a need for such transformation. What's so different about our world today that requires us to think and live differently than we have in the past? What's driving the change? It's a good question asked by many people from many walks of life. The answer can be a surprise, as well as a wake-up call, when it comes to the choices we make for ourselves and for our families.